And welcome to Your Party Scotland's founding conference here in Dundee. My name is Ellie Gomersall. I'm one of the members of the Scottish Conference Organising Group, and it's my absolute pleasure to welcome those of you here in person to the Bonner Hall here in Dundee, and those of you online to our virtual platform. Conference, we have got a lot to discuss this weekend, so I'm going to cut straight to the chase with just some important housekeeping announcements. First of all, there is no fire drill planned, so if the fire alarm goes off, it is real, and you should exit immediately using any of the doors with the fire exit sign above it. If the fire alarm does go off, the fire evacuation point is just in front of the tower building, which is out that direction. If you are online and there's a fire at home, I trust you'll know what to do better than I will. We are going to be taking regular breaks throughout the weekend, and for those of you who are here in person, I'd really strongly encourage you to visit all of the stall holders who are based out in the foyer and upstairs. There is external ramped access to the upstairs stalls. You'll just need to pop outside to access the ramp. If you need support or have any additional accessibility requests, please speak to any of our ushers who will be more than happy to assist. Finally, from me, just a wee reminder on conduct. Although the party doesn't have a full code of conduct yet, all members are reminded to behave in a respectful, comradely, and non-abusive way in all contexts. The standing orders for this conference have been circulated by email and can also be accessed via the digital hub, which you can find by scanning any of the QR codes in the programme. And all members, visitors, and observers are expected to follow these at all times throughout the weekend. Conference, that is all of the housekeeping done. So now it's time to hear from our first speaker of the weekend. I'm delighted to welcome to the stage my friend and your party councillor for Govan, Dan Hutchison.
Thanks, Ellie, and good morning, conference. Finally, we've made it here, our inaugural Scottish Conference. It's been a bit of an upward climb to get here, as we all well know. And I want to start by sharing my thanks to the Scotland-wide conference organising team for all of their labour to get us here today. Starting Scotland's biggest socialist party in modern history is not without its challenges. We all come to this movement from different backgrounds, different experiences, different political disciplines. Of course, we agree that the rich and greedy need to be brought back down to reality, that we will not stand for discrimination, be that on the basis of race, gender, religion, sexual preferences, class, or any other aspect of identity that makes humanity diverse. But with the press comments given this week by Anas Sarwar, I do think it would be wrong not to say explicitly that trans women are women, trans men are men, non-binary genders exist, and the brutal oppression of the small minority in this country that is the transgender community is despicable. And a party that pretends to be in the left should hang its head in shame at his comments. But that's not all that we agree on. We agree that prosperity of the working class is only achievable through peace. Standing against imperialism in all its forms, we should stand shoulder to shoulder in solidarity with the victims of imperialism, especially those facing genocide, armed and funded by the West like we see in Gaza. As an observer at the founding conference in Liverpool, it was heartwarming to hear the perspectives of comrades from all over. They were engaging in real political debate about how we build unity across the left. Debate by us and for our benefit. We decided to build a party that would be led collectively. A party that respects that the left has been organising desperately for years and aims to bring us all together. We do that while allowing membership of other organisations and other parties. Our purpose is to say that things have to change. The status quo of politics doesn't work for the masses, and we may need to leave some of our baggage at the door for the good of our class. Our public services are crumbling under the pressure of austerity, be that the proud austerity of the Liberal Democrat governments, or the obfuscated austerity of the Labour, SNP and Greens that have governed us for the last 15 years. It's this austerity that's opened the door for reform. Our people know that they aren't being served adequately by establishment politicians, and they don't trust politics anymore. They know that something has to change. Reforms weaponise this inadequacy to push their wealth-stripping agenda. Of course, the party of millionaires, CEOs, asset managers, city bankers and landlords tell us even more lies than the establishment. Like other far-right and fascist parties, they pretend that our problems are all caused by minorities. In this case, it's most often migrants, often some of the most vulnerable people on this planet, fleeing violence that the British state holds responsibility for through its centuries of imperial brutality. But none of their bluster really is about migrants. Because they couldn't tell the truth about where all our money in society is gone. Why our health service is on its knees, why our councils can't fix potholes, why our swimming pools, gyms and libraries are run down and barely open, why we can't seem to build enough houses to accommodate everyone. They won't tell the truth because reforms hygiegians are the very beneficiaries of capitalism and bourgeois wealth theft that they are determined to entrench. As a councillor in Scotland's largest city, I see this every day. Essential services are farmed out to charities who have to spend inordinate amounts of time filling in grant applications to help run services that help, but are often just a sticking plaster on poverty, at the very will and whim of the institutions that should be providing the services that they have to. And we can't live like that anymore. Politicians across the wafer-thin liberal divide have accepted their roles as the managers of decline, meeting to decide which service can be cut next, just to find a little bit of cash to stay afloat. Last week, Audit Scotland stated that the current funding arrangements, and this is a quote, risks the financial sustainability of councils over the next 3 to 5 years. The Scottish Government won't accept that they're providing inadequate funding because year on year they give us just a little bit more in block grants. All the while just ignoring that their own auditors say that they can't keep up with the lack of funding, with the rising costs of providing the cleansing, social care, homelessness and all the other crucial aspects of council's responsibilities. By the next council election in 2027, it's projected that this gap will be £1 billion in Scotland. And that's why we're here. That's why I and other comrades left parties that we joined in our youth, parties that we fought tooth and nail with to not accept the status quo, to stand up against the managed decline model of governance. I joined the Greens when I was 20 years old, off the back of the independence campaign. I heard their politicians saying what I believe, that our system's broken and that we need to stand up and we need to fix it. But I left because after years and years of talk, they couldn't or wouldn't walk the walk. And I'm not saying the Greens are all bad, far from it. There's plenty of good changes that they've managed to make, but none of them are worth the cost. Be that the public sector cuts that they've allowed to happen, or not pushing the SNP hard enough to finally replace council tax, or committing to end capitalism and replacing it with socialism. But we need to pick our fights. And that's why I'm glad that we're not contesting the by-election in Manchester and leaving the Greens a free run at the left from it. Hannah Spencer, the Green candidate, clearly is the best choice for beating Reform and Labour. And frankly, any shift leftward at the moment should be welcomed by us. This could and should be the beginning of the work to unite the left against a right-wing political establishment that is emboldened with every single passing day. But we have a long road ahead of us. We won't institute socialism through conference speeches, clever articles, or snappy social media quips. We institute it through educating one another, learning our disagreements through debate, forging a collective path forward and bringing our class along. We need to educate the masses, not through lectures or talking shops, but by meeting each other where we are, through our workplaces, our unions, our community centres, libraries, pubs and cafes, on the bus, train, tram and subway. Politics has too long been the taboo subject of polite conversation for the working class. And that's how the rich have shafted us for as long as time itself. Yes, we need to stand in elections. We need to get people into Parliament and council chambers across Scotland to say that no, we will not cut our services. We will build them back up. But trust me, that's not an easy task, but it is ours. We can't be a party that revolves solely around elections, knocking doors, canvassing for a vote. We need to build a collective movement, a movement in which we clear up the lies and disinformation of the establishment and show ourselves that we pave a path to a better future. With that, I will draw to a close because we have a lot on our agenda. But as tradition on the left, I want to close with a quote from one of our foremothers. A Dundee local and founder of the Working Women's Guild, Mary Brooksbank, said, "I've never had any personal ambition. I have but one, to make my contribution to destroy the capitalist system." Thank you, comrades. Have a great conference.
Thank you, Dan. What a fantastic speech to start off our conference and to set the tone. And as Dan says, we have got a lot to get through this weekend. The conference organising group has been working over the past couple of months to make this conference a reality and to make sure that it is as democratic as possible, to make sure that this is a party that is truly built and shaped by you, the members. And with that in mind, we've got a lot of motions and a lot of amendments and a lot of options that we're going to be debating over the next couple of days. So I'm just going to walk you through now what the process for that is going to look like and how you can participate most effectively throughout the weekend's proceedings. So first of all, and this is really, really important, if you are wanting to speak at any point during the conference on any of the motions, whether that is on an amendment, whether that is on one of the options, if you're wanting to speak basically for or against something, you need to pre-request that. And if you scan the QR code, which is on a couple of pages in your conference program, scan that QR code. The link is also in the WhatsApp channel as well, and you'll find the request to speak form. If you click on that, fill it in, it'll just ask you for things like your name and a couple of details just so that we can make sure that the speeches are balanced. It's going to ask you what motion it is that you're wanting to speak on, and it's going to ask you what side of the debate you're wanting to speak in support of. So for the amendments, whether it's for or against, for some of the options, it's usually A or B. A couple of them are slightly more complicated, but we'll get onto that later on. For the most part, the requests to speak will be taken on a first-come, first-served basis, but we also know that certain groups are less likely to put themselves forward to speak than others. We know, for example, that sometimes there is not a gender balance when it comes to speakers at conferences like these, so we may balance some of the speakers to make sure that we have got that representation. Similarly, with the divide across the country as well, we do ask if you happen to be a member of a proto-branch, which one, and that way we can make sure that voices from all over Scotland are able to be heard throughout the debate. So if you are wanting to speak for or against any of the motions today, please do scan that QR code, fill out that form, and we can make sure you get the chance to speak. We're going to be striving for as balanced a debate as possible on each of the motions as well, because if we get to a point where we're just hearing the same views over and over and over again, it means there's probably a bit of consensus in the room and we can move to a vote. So if you do fill it out and you don't necessarily get called, please don't be offended or upset. We're going to try and make sure we hear from as many speakers as possible, but we also want to be efficient with our time and get through as many of the motions as possible too. So we'll be trying to make sure that we use our time as effectively as possible. When it comes to voting, the votes for each motion will open immediately after the debate has closed, and the votes will run until the end of that session. We will be voting more or less live. I'd really recommend that you vote as soon as each debate has concluded. Voting is going to take place on the Your Party app and on the Your Party website. And once again, you can scan that QR code in your program booklet, and that will take you to all of the links you'll need for this weekend's conference, including the link to vote. The one thing that's slightly different is when we're voting on things that are very procedural. So if we're voting on things like points of order, or when we do the vote to adopt the agenda, what we're going to do is, for those of us who are in person, we're going to do a show of hands, and folk who are online, there's going to be a poll on Zoom. The reason why we're doing that is because it means that we can get the results for that instantly. It means we don't have to wait for the results to be processed by the app or via the website, and for us to get those results before we can move on. So if it's procedural, we're going to be doing a show of hands or on Zoom, and if it's any of the pre-planned motions, anything that's in the order of business, that is going to be done via the app. Now, if you haven't used the app to vote before, then you may need to make sure that you are verified on the app. This is really, really important because the app and the website, they won't let you vote unless you've verified your party account. Now, most of you probably will already be verified if you voted on any of the motions at all from the conference back in Liverpool, if you endorsed any of the candidates in the current ongoing CEC election, you will almost certainly already be verified. But please do just take a moment now to scan that QR code to go onto the voting page and just to double check that you are already verified, as it'll save a little bit of time when we get to that first vote. I'm now going to go through the debate process for the various motions and amendments. And don't worry, again, I'm going to walk through this again step by step as we do go through each amendment. Lots of you may have been to party, political, or trade union conferences before where debates take place. Some of you, this may be your first ever democratic conference. Either way, really, really glad to have you here. If you have been to a democratic conference before, you'll know that the general sort of system for speeches and for points of order and things like that, it tends to be similar at different organisations, but it's always slightly different. And given that this is the founding conference of Your Party Scotland, this is going to be a new system for everyone here, but hopefully it'll be slightly familiar. So the way it's going to work is the first time that we debate any of the motions, amendments or options on any of the 4 founding documents, so that's the Constitution, the Standing Orders, the Electoral Strategy and the Political Statement. A member of the conference organising group who was involved in drafting those documents will come up to the stage and introduce that document. They'll have up to 3 minutes to do so. It's going to be a brief speech just on what the document is, what its purpose is, and some of the key things for you to pay attention to. What we'll then do is we'll then move straight on to the first option for that document. So the options are in the documents themselves. They're the bits that are highlighted in a yellow text box. And again, someone from conference organising group, likely the same person, will introduce what that option is. They'll speak briefly to explain what's going to happen depending on which way you vote. There'll then be an opportunity for questions. Now, I want to be really, really clear because we all have been in situations where someone's put their hand up to ask a question and it's not been a question, it's been a speech. We are not going to have time for that this weekend. Please don't do it. There are plenty of opportunities for you to make actual speeches. So questions should be points of clarification, questions that you need answered in order to actually help your understanding of the document, of what it is that we're voting on. A good test to think about is, if this question doesn't get answered, am I going to be able to make an actual informed decision on the vote? If the answer to that is yes, you probably don't need to ask the question. If the answer to that is no, absolutely pop your hand up and ask, and we will take as many questions as we have time for. We want to get onto the debate, so we might not have time to take all questions. Questions also need to be brief, they need to be neutral, and they need to be on topic. Why is this motion so great is not a good example of a question because it's not neutral, and we won't allow that to be answered. Once we've had time for questions, we will then move on to the debate itself, and we will be taking, as I say, all of the speakers directly from the pre-registration, the speaker registration form. So that is how you need to request to speak. If you're online, it is exactly the same system. So we will call on the first person to speak. We'll let you know who you are, and if you are here in person, you'll be invited to come up onto the stage and speak at the lectern here, and you will have 2 minutes to make your speech unless the chair tells you otherwise. We might need to change the timings depending on how we're getting through the content. If you are online, again, the chair will let you know that you're about to be brought in to speak. You will need to click the Request to Speak button if you are on Zoom. Once you click that button, one of our tech wizards will be able to bring you on. They'll be able to put you on the screen so that everyone who is here in person will be able to hear you as well. And we will, again, hear your speech for up to 2 minutes. Now, we are going to be strict on the times for speeches. You do have 2 minutes, as I say, unless otherwise specified. If you are going over that time limit, Or if your speech has just not got anything to do with the motion that we're actually talking about, we will ask you to stop. And if we have to cut the mics, we will. It's a really important element of the democracy to make sure that we've got enough time to be able to hear from everyone who is wanting to contribute. So we just don't have time for speeches on things that aren't relevant or that go over the time limit. Once the debate is exhausted, once we've heard from both sides of the debate, once we feel like we've heard the key points that need to be understood for everyone to be able to vote, we will call that vote. The voting will open, as I say, in the app or on the website, and you will be able to vote on that straight away, and the voting will close at the end of the session. If you have submitted an amendment yourself, if you're the mover of an amendment, then you'll actually get 3 minutes to speak. Now, the amendments are going to be taking place later on in the order of business, so we're not going to be coming on to those this morning. So we'll go through that again when we do reach the amendments. But again, if you have submitted a motion, the really important thing is that if you have submitted an amendment, please still fill out the request to speak form in the QR code on the list of links. We will then be able to see that you are the person who submitted that amendment, and we'll be able to invite you up to move the motion. And again, the debate process will then be exactly the same for amendments. We'll take for, against, until the debate's exhausted, and we'll move to a vote. If you are here in person, as I say, there are steps just here in the middle for you to come up onto the lectern. Please do use the steps. Please don't jump up or down off the stage. We were informed, unfortunately, by the venue this morning that the lift, which is just through there to bring people who aren't able to use stairs up onto the stage, unfortunately, it has broken down. We've got two options if you're not able to make it up onto the stage and you're wanting to speak here in person. The first option is that we can take your speech from the floor, and that is absolutely fine. We've got cameras that will be able to pick up anyone who's speaking from the floor, and things like questions, points of order will all be taken from the floor anyway. The other option that you have is that you can actually access the stage via a ramp, but again, it involves you going outside the building and coming round into another entrance, so it can take a moment or two. We will let you know if someone has, in the speaker request form, noted that they need step-free access to the stage. We will check with you what you're most comfortable with, and if you're wanting to come up onto the stage, we'll give you a decent amount of notice before you come on so that you're able to access that. Got a couple more things just to quickly go over before we can actually properly get stuck in. First is points of order. So we will accept points of order at this conference. If you are online, if you can pop a P into the chat, the letter P, to let us know that you're wanting to make a point of order, you can either type out what your point of order is, or you can we can bring you on. If you're here in person, if you can just make a sort of sign with your hand, indicate to us that you're wanting to make a point of order. There's a couple of ways that you could do that. You could make like a T sign, like a sort of technical point with your hands. That way it's different to a hand up. It means that we know that it's a point of order. Just do something to catch our attention. We won't generally take points of order in the middle of speeches. We'll wait until a speech is finished, and then we'll take the point of order. The point of order needs to actually be a point of order. So there's a couple of different points of order that you can make. If you think that the standing orders are not being followed, that's a really good example of a point of order to let us know. If you need to raise an urgent technical or access issue, you can do that as a point of order. If there's a better way of informing us by informing us sort of informally or speaking to one of the ushers, that's generally better. But if it's really urgent, if you're not able to participate until it's fixed, then you can raise that as a point of order. The other thing that you can do at this conference is you can challenge the chair. If the chair has made a decision that you think is wrong, that you think is undemocratic, that you think is not the right decision for the party democracy, you can challenge that decision to overturn it. and we will move to a vote in the hall. That will require a 2/3 majority to overturn a decision by the chair. And just to be really clear, you cannot challenge the chair on legal matters, matters concerning aspects of conference other than the democratic debate, matters relating to business from which the conference has already moved on from, and matters which, if overturned, would result in an illegal, unconstitutional, undeliverable, inaccessible, or discriminatory outcome. So just a heads up on that. But this is party democracy, this is grassroots democracy, so if you do think that we've done something wrong, absolutely we welcome that. Please don't overuse it. Fab. I think that's everything on points of order. The one last thing is just for folk who are online. We would ask that if you are online, the chat box on the Zoom, if you can try and keep that as clear as possible so that we can see things like points of order. If you've got a question at any point, particularly if you're wanting to ask a question about one of the documents, you can just pop a Q into the chat. So the two really good things to remember are a Q for a question, a P for a point of order. If you're wanting to chat about just general conference stuff, we've set up a WhatsApp community which everyone can join. Again, it's via the links in the program. Lots of people are in it already. You can be added to that, and that's a really good place to chat about general conference stuff out with the chat box on Zoom. So please do keep that clear if you are online. With all of that in mind, let's get started. The first, yes. So, the first step for conference is for us to approve the agenda. So the agenda has been circulated to all members along with the order of business. Again, you can scan the QR code in the program to find the order of business and to find the agenda. So we will take a vote on that. There's not going to be a debate on adopting the agenda, and we're going to take the vote, as I said before, via a show of hands in the room and via a poll on Zoom. With that in mind, let's open the vote straight away. So please raise your hand if you're in favour of adopting the proposed agenda. Okay, that looks overwhelming in the room. And we'll just wait for the poll on Zoom to be active. Bit of tension for you guys whilst we get the poll on Zoom set up. Just checking with Ryan if the Zoom poll is live. Just checking to make sure that everyone online is able to see the poll. We're just getting all of the technical issues done and dusted out of the way at the start of the conference so that the rest of the conference runs completely smoothly. For what it's worth, the vote in the room was so overwhelming that we do already have a majority in favour of approving the agenda. I just want to make sure that everyone online has had the chance to actually vote and have their say. Aha. Okay, that is all showing. I'm just going to give everyone online just the chance to vote now. And just to be clear, this is voting on the agenda for the entire conference. I think the poll on Zoom has been worded incorrectly, but that's okay. So hopefully everyone online has now had a chance to vote. And we're going to close that poll now. Ryan, have we got the poll closing just now? Fantastic. And the agenda has been unanimously approved online. So we have an agenda. Thank you. Fantastic. So with that, we can actually properly get started, conference. And we are going to start off with a nice juicy debate on the Constitution. So I'm going to, as I say, invite a member of the conference organizing group to come up and introduce the Constitution. That is going to be Owen from conference organizing group. Owen will have, absolutely, round of applause for Owen. Owen's going to have 3 minutes to introduce the Constitution. Over to you, Owen.
Thank you, Ellie. Good morning, conference. Nice to see so many of you here. This is all sort of relatively dry procedural stuff, so I will try to keep it mercifully brief for you all. So I'm here to basically just set out what the purpose of the Constitution is. I'm sure plenty of you here have been in political meetings before and already have some idea of what a Constitution is supposed to do, but as Ellie touched on earlier, there will be some folk here who have never been to this sort of thing before, so that's what this is for, and then I will then introduce the first option for debate. So the Constitution, it basically sets out all the basic stuff: the official name, structure, hierarchy of the party, responsibility of officers, management committees and subcommittees, and in our case, it will also be defining our relationship to the UK-wide Your Party as well. It will also set out our aims and objectives, which will be on section 2. It will set out some of our internal procedures, and it will cover things like managing membership and regulating change for itself, so specifying procedures for amending the Constitution itself. So the first option up for debate we have here presents members with a choice of Your Party Scotland either remaining as is the current status quo as an autonomous nation of Your Party, the current UK-wide entity, or becoming a fully independent, separate legal entity. It should be noted that if we were to go with option B, that's not something that would happen instantaneously after this conference. If that's what it were to vote for, it would set in motion a longer process in which we would, in our initial months, remain an autonomous nation of Your Party with our own national structures. And then the elected Scottish Executive Committee would engage with the Your Party Central Executive Committee with regards to presenting an option to become organisationally independent as a sister party of Your Party within 1 year of the founding conference. The final decision would then be passed again in a vote open to all members of Your Party Scotland to finally ratify it. So those are basically the two options. It's either we remain an autonomous nation of Your Party with our own national structures, or we begin a process of becoming organisationally independent, which will then be ratified at a later date. So I think that's that introduced. If anybody's got questions.
Perfect. Thanks very much, Owen. And Owen helpfully also introduced the first option as well as the document itself. So if anyone has got any questions on the document itself, the Constitution overall, or on the first option, just a heads up, on the document, you'll see that option 1 is actually about the name of the party in Gaelic. Now, Bishan disbad sonriche amarach egen lon, is Bishan in Gaelic avain. So that debate will be happening tomorrow lunchtime. Thanks. That debate will be happening tomorrow lunchtime as a special debate, and it's going to be taking place in Gaelic only. So because that's a special debate, we're moving straight past that for now, and we're going straight on to option 2, which is on our relationship with the UK-wide party. So does anyone have any clarifying questions on this option or on the document as a whole? Nothing online, nothing in person. Great. Okay, thank you very much. Owen. Well, in that case, we can move straight on to speeches. Now, we have received 3 speaker requests on this option so far. All of them are for option B, which is... we've just had one come in for option A, so that's great. So if people have got requests to speak, please do make them now, and we'll be able to see them as they come in live. For now, though, I'm going to take our first speaker of the conference, actually, and that's Philip Stott speaking for option B. So Philip, come on up to the stage. And you will have 2 minutes.
Well, thank you. My name is Philip Stott, Your Party Scotland, and a member of Socialist Party Scotland as well. I'm arguing in favour of Your Party Scotland being independent, fully independent of your party at a UK level. I'm doing this because I think it's an opportunity to turn our backs on the collective mistakes that have been made at a UK level, the bureaucratic and top-down methods that have dominated the first 7 or 8 months of the existence of your party, to move away from bans and exclusions, from socialists, from holding dual membership of your party, to turn our back on the decision that Dave Nellis and April Ashley could not stand for the CEC elections because they were members of the Socialist Party, to turn our backs on the idea that this is an acceptable method to run a working class political organisation. It's also, from a positive point of view, an opportunity to fully engage in an independent way in our discussions on how we relate to the Holyrood elections, how we relate to the national question, and the majority support for independence that exists among the working class here in this particular nation. And finally, we can set an example to our comrades in England and Wales who we do want to collaborate and work with fully, that we can fight together on the principle of building a democratic, working class, socialist, trade union-based political organisation for the working class here in Scotland, and also collaborate with that task in England and Wales as well. I move support for option B.
Thank you very much for our first speaker of the conference, and thank you for keeping to time as well. Our next speaker is Stephen Allcroft, who will be speaking in support of option A. Stephen, you'll have 2 minutes, and I should have said, I'll give you just a wee heads up when you've got 20 seconds left.
Lovely. Thank you very much, everyone. I'm Stephen. I'm a Your Party member. I've been involved in various things in the past, one of which many years ago was a thing called the Labour Party Young Socialists. Now, it's interesting to hear that the Socialist Party of Scotland now like democracy. They used to like everything being sent from a central point, and the Central Committee decides everything. If you want that, and that was when they were just a newspaper. So they weren't a membership organisation, they said. They were just a newspaper. So you've got to be really cognizant of what it means to be democratic, and then allow non-democratic organisations inside. So I personally do not think that it's a good idea to gather every bunch of newspaper-selling parties on the outside and bring them in and say, right, sell your newspapers, do that, and turn the voters off. We need to win. Thank you. Relevant. So we need A.
Okay, thank you. I am going to take that as a speech for A on the basis of the last sentence. But if we can please try and keep speeches relevant to the point in hand, that would be super. The next speaker I'm going to take is Ben Alker from Forth Valley. Ben, if you want to come on up to the stage. This is speaking in support of option B. You'll have 2 minutes, and I'll let you know when you've got 20 seconds left.
Thank you. Hello all, I'm Ben Alker, member of your party obviously, and the Scottish Socialist Youth. I'm here to speak in favour of option B. Scotland is its own country, it is its own constituency, it has its own mandates, its own needs, and its own people. We should not be bound by the dictates and the mandates of Britain, because that is not our mandate or our dictate. And as such, we need to be speaking for the Scottish people, for the Scottish working class in Scottish organisations, and through a collective Scottish organisation, wholly able to self-determine every single aspect of its movements. We cannot keep ourselves chained to the infighting of the wider British body. It is clear that it is still bound by the old politics of personalities. We need to move beyond that. And in doing so, the only way forward, I believe, is an independent organisation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I've got another speaker for A, but they've put in the accessibility box that they're just around the corner. So they're going to be here in a moment, and I will take that speaker then. For now, I've got another speaker in support of option B, and I'm going to take that speaker now, and that's Mark from Glasgow. We do still, we've not got any other speaker requests after this one and the one who's just around the corner. So if anyone else would like to speak on this option, this is your last opportunity to make that known. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much, conference. I think it's important for me to first clarify, I'm speaking in support of option B, actually as someone who is not in favour of completely separating from the National Your Party organisation. The reason I'm speaking in support of option B is actually because I'm coming from a position of maximising wider membership autonomy here in Scotland. I first became a member and interested in Your Party way back when it was first announced, when almost 1 million people across the UK registered their interest to get involved with such an organisation. And I think that it's clear that for various reasons we're not in that position yet, but also I wouldn't be here if I didn't think that we could get back to that place. I think we absolutely can. And I think keeping that in mind, we have to keep things open with a mind to kind of future-proof Your Party. And I think, keeping that in mind, when we're discussing matters like this, we want to have debates in the future with much wider layers of people in Scotland, with tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of people. And I think option B, keeping this debate open, something that can continue in the future, is actually much more conducive to this idea of mass member democracy. And I think that's why I'm speaking in favour of option B. To keep maximum member autonomy more concrete as well, I think we need to think about it in terms of membership data, finances, all this kind of thing, thank you, being handed over to the National Party in Scotland. So we need to kind of concretise what maximum member autonomy actually means, but at the same time, we need to get back to this vision of having a much wider, much more democratic debate and discussion. I don't think that can be done in the room today with only a couple of hundred people. So that's why I'm speaking in support of B.
That is your time. Thank you very much. And if I can just say, that was spot on 2 minutes, so very well done there. Our next speaker is Ian Drummond from Edinburgh, who will be speaking in support of option A. If all speakers can please come up the steps on the side here, unless you've got accessibility. Yeah. No, you're grand. So you'll have 2 minutes to speak. I'll let you know when you've got 20 seconds left.
Thanks, comrades, and thanks for having me so quickly and rushed from around the corner. I'd like to disassociate myself with the other off-topic argument for option A, and actually on the topic that he was speaking about, I disagree with him anyway about dual memberships and the like. I'd actually like to associate myself with the last speech on getting access to the data, on being able to build this party that had so much mass support when it was launched properly. When it was launched, 800,000 people signed the mailing list. But actually, when we were still measuring them in parallel, there was an above-average interest rate in Scotland. And this is a party that was launched by the MP for Islington and the MP for Coventry, and there are other Scottish-only parties available. So there is an appetite in Scotland for that. I'm not saying never do it, but I am saying, first of all, practically, it might make it harder for us to ever get that data of 60,000 plus people to contact in our immediate periphery if we were to do it now. And secondly, let's see what they think when we are able to contact them and bring them into the discussion. There's a debate going on right now, of course, in the CEC election on what kind of democracy YP will have. We don't know how that will pan out, but I think Scotland should be an integral part of that, fighting for more representation, which again would be harder if they had the argument we're a totally separate thing. They might take it down from 1 CEC member to 0 and totally silo us off. I think we should be getting more representation for Scotland, along with full autonomy, to do things better, like we already had that I saw on the Zoom with a agenda voted on and points of order allowed and all these normal things for a sovereign conference to show them how it's done, but not to silo us off and not allow that to spread into a wider democracy and build this party outwards that was level pegged.
Thank you very much. You definitely win the prize for shortest amount of time between arriving and giving a speech. So I really respect that. Okay, I'm going to take two more. There's two more speakers who have requested to speak. I'm not going to take any more requests after that. I am also really conscious that the majority, not all, but the majority of the speakers that we've had so far have been men. So if you're not a man, please request to speak. It would be really great for us to have more diversity among our speakers. So we took two speeches in a row for option B, so I'm going to take another speech for option A now, and that's going to be Jim Monaghan from Glasgow, and then afterwards we'll take Milena Roche from Glasgow. So Jim. If I can just remind all speakers to please come up the stairs. Thank you.
Comrades, I think I'm arguing for option A. In conversations at the back of the room, there's a bit of confusion as to what option A and what option B is. I'm reading option A as that we're an autonomous organisation within a UK-wide organisation. And option B is to start the process of forming a completely separate organisation. Am I reading this right? Yeah, so option A means that we, with our comrades across the UK, work together across the UK as part of your party. The problem we have with option B is, if we go down the road of option B and eventually form our breakaway party, then everybody in this room signed up to a UK-wide organisation. We do not mandate all of our members to come with us. So those who form this new breakaway party, which is what option B is, does not mean that everyone else who joined your party UK has to go with you. So what we effectively do is form two parties. I think that's a mistake at this time. I think that when we get, like Ian Drummond said, I think he was actually arguing for option A, that we build the party, we get the members together, we have these conversations, we make this decision later. If we go down the road of option B right now, we're going to end up with a separate party in Scotland, and the members of the UK party who joined, like I did, a UK-wide organisation, will have a separate party, and we'll have two your parties in Scotland. And also, we cannot mandate the UK party to be our sister party. They have a duty to the people who signed up to your party UK to maintain their membership. And if we leave and form a breakaway party, they can continue with a UK party, with an autonomous organisation in Scotland within that UK party. So I support option A.
Thank you very much, Jim. Jim asked for a bit of clarification in terms of what the different options do, and just to be clear, so option A is basically the status quo in terms of being an autonomous nation of your party, the current UK-wide entity. Option B is about instigating a process in terms of a fully independent, separate legal entity. It doesn't actually take the step of becoming that legal entity, but it initiates a process of engaging with the UK-wide party on what that might look like, and it expresses an intention of your party Scotland. I'm going to take our final speaker on this option, which is a speaker in favour of option B, and that's Milena from Glasgow.
Hi, look, a woman on the podium. Thank you. It's funny because my speech actually relates to that. I was actually in favor of remaining a party in the same, as a party, not a separate party, but working, within the UK-wide party until the CEC vote happened and they decided to double everyone's seats in England for gender parity, except Scotland and Wales. So if you're not aware of this, they got gender parity, we got our representation cut in half. So I actually did the math, and before it was 8% of the committee seats would have been Scotland, and we are 8% of the UK-wide population. Now we have 4% representation, even though we're 8% of the population, and everyone gets gender parity except Wales and Scotland. As a woman, I just can't support that. And the fact that it was, let's say it was an oversight, even the fact that they could oversee such a thing in a party that I would like to think is feminist in its ethos, I don't want to belong to that. That's deeply offensive to me, so that's why I'm asking you to vote for us to be able to be our own party, make our own decisions, and like Dan said on the opening speech, make sure that there's no room for any form of discrimination, that everyone has a voice, and everyone's voice matters the same, no matter where you were born, your religion, your gender, anything. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Milena. And thank you to all of our speakers on that first option. Our tech wizards are now going to be opening the vote on that option. That vote will be open until the end of this first session. So you have got time to vote, but I'd recommend that you do it as soon as possible so that you can spot if there's any tech issues or if you've got any problems voting. That means we're going to move on to the next option. So I'm going to invite Owen back onto the stage to introduce the option 3, which is on the SEC regional composition. Please do get your speaker requests in using the form to speak on this option. I can see that all of the speakers we currently have requesting to speak on this option are men. So if you are not a man, please speak.
All right, get straight into it. I'm sorry you're going to be hearing a lot of me this morning. So option 2 presents conference with a choice between national officers either be...
Option 3 is the choice between 16 ordinary members of the Constitution. Option 3 of the Constitution, I think that's...
Sorry about this, folks.
There you go.
Sorry, my apologies, folks. So option 3 presents members with a choice between the 16 ordinary members of the SEC being elected on the basis of 2 per Scottish Parliament region or 1 per Scottish Parliament region, plus 8 to be elected on an all-Scotland ballot. So option A here says that the SEC shall consist of 16 ordinary members, the either leader, co-leaders, or national officers, and 1 public office holder or representative. There shall be additional reserved seats for organised sections, no more than 5, so that would be things like a youth wing, an LGBTQ wing, a women's wing, etc. Ordinary members will be elected biennially, representatively balanced in terms of gender, with 2 seats elected using 1 member, 1 vote by members in each of the 8 Scottish parliamentary regions. The second option suggests that, well, it's the same at the beginning, that the SEC shall consist of 16 ordinary members, the leaders and or co-leaders and national officers, and 1 public office holder representative. There will be additional reserved seats for organised sections. Ordinary members will be elected biennially with 1 seat using 1 member, 1 vote by members in each of the 8 Scottish parliamentary regions. And 8 further seats elected biennially by all members in Scotland, with balancing used in these seats to ensure that gender balance is achieved across all ordinary members. So that's option 3 there. We got any questions on that at all? Clarifying questions?
Not seeing any questions in the room. I'm not seeing any questions online. Owen, thank you very much. Oh, we do have a hand, sorry. We've got our roving mic just over here. Sorry, I didn't see the hand there. No, you do need the mic. We've got people who are online who will need to hear you as well. There you go.
It's just the people sitting around me think that there's a vote open at the moment, and none of us can seem to vote. So
I believe is the vote live on that app? Yeah, open the vote. Yeah. The vote should be about to open just now on there. So just bear with us 1 second whilst we get that set up. Yeah, Owen. Sorry, that was the technical question. Yeah, we've got another question over here.
Hi, I'm Joao. I think it would be helpful to maybe just tell us what the difference between the 2 options are, because they are very similar in. Yeah.
Right, so basically the main difference, and please correct me if I'm wrong here, Ellie, the main difference is either we will have 2 representatives from each of the 8 Scottish parliamentary regions, which will be gender balanced, or we'll have 1 representative from each of the 8 Scottish parliamentary regions, and effort will be made to ensure that there's sort of gender parity across that. So that's what, yeah.
So essentially the option A is that there will be 2 people on this SEC from Glasgow, 2 from North East Scotland, 2 from Highlands and Islands, 2 from each of the Scottish parliamentary regions. Option B is that there will be 1 from each of the regions, but then in addition to that, there will be 8 further members who will be elected on a Scotland-wide list. So option A is that everyone is just a regional rep, it's just 2 people per region. Option B is that you have 1 person per region, but then the other 8 people are just elected by all of Scotland. Hopefully that clarifies. Grand. Okay, Owen, thank you very much. And we will now move on to speakers. All of my speakers are men still, so if you aren't a man. Oh, we've got a technical, we've got a point of order just over here. Can we get a mic over here just at the front row of the...
Hiya, you've got 400 people dialing in, trying to get broadband connection. What is the connections that we should be using to ensure we can all get in? And the second thing is, we're going to lose battery by the time they get to the end of the day. So you're going to have to allow us people to get back to the hotels, recharge tonight and vote. Otherwise, people are going to be disenfranchised.
Sorry, I'm not clear on what the question is, sorry?
What's the best broadband connection? Because you've got 400 people all trying to get connection with one space.
Yeah. Okay, yes.
And the second point is, we're going to run out of battery because we're using our phones all today, and some of us don't have the most up-to-date phones, so we're going to have to be able to vote this evening.
Yes, great questions. So I believe that there are some, I believe we've actually got some battery packs at the reception desk. I will double check that for you. In terms of the Wi-Fi, I will find out from the tech team, and I will get an answer to you as soon as possible, if that's all right. Fab, thank you. Great technical point, so thank you for that. Okay, I'm now going to take speeches on the constitutional option 3, which is the SEC regional composition. And my first speaker is James Main from Glasgow, who'll be speaking in support of option B. And you'll have 2 minutes, and I'll give you a shout when you've got 20 seconds left. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. Conference, Jim Main, Glasgow. The challenge we face is how do we ensure that your party becomes the insurgent force that challenges Reform UK's racism? I think we all can agree that Keir Starmer's right-wing policies are not the answer. Will he still be the Prime Minister in May when the Scottish elections take place? The question is, how do we make sure that the many tens of thousands in Scotland who express their interest in your party actually join us? How do we ensure that the 15% who said in a poll 6 months ago that they would vote for a Jeremy Corbyn-led party are involved with us in fighting for a better world? In terms of the options here, one of the many things we have to do is ensure that our leadership reflects the struggles that are taking place in our communities. It's important that your party, Scotland, develops as a Scottish-wide organisation in all regions. However, option B recognises that this process will be uneven. For instance, some areas there are strong local left traditions and trade union and working class density vary. Since it was formed in 1996, my trade union branch, Glasgow City Unison, has been involved in 42 disputes, of which the 2018 8,000 strong equal pay dispute is probably the best well known. So how do we get those fighters into your party, Scotland? The anti-racist campaigners, the Palestinian activists, other working class fighters too. At the same time, we need the most active and committed working class leaders into your party, Scotland, and to become part of our leadership. I would argue that option B is more likely to do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Technical point, yes, over here.
Thank you. I'm just looking at the voting page, and there's 3 options currently available to vote for, including one we haven't yet actually got to, and the voting is supposed to close in 14 minutes. Okay,
Thank you for letting us know. I will ask our voting tech wizards to look at this and try and sort. The only vote that should currently be open is Constitution Option 2, should your party Scotland be an autonomous nation, so it should just be that question that is currently open. Thank you for that. I've got a technical point over here as well. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I may be a bit of a pain here, but I can't vote. I don't have a mobile phone. I only have a computer at home. So I said I'm being disenfranchised as someone who's not a mobile.
Yeah, thank you for that. If you have not got a technical device that you can use to vote, if you speak to the registration desk, we'll make sure that the vote is opened until, so that there's time during the breaks and things like that for you to be able to go and do that. And they'll set up a wee polling station with a tablet on that you'll be able to vote from. Okay, fantastic. I'm not seeing any other points of order or technical points. So I'm going to move on to our next speaker, which is Fergus Murray, who will be speaking in support of option A.
Good afternoon, conference. Oh, that didn't expect that. I'm Fergus. I'm your party member from Inverness and also a member of the Scottish Socialist Youth. I'm speaking on behalf of option A. I can completely understand the points that were made by the previous speaker about where do we have a base. But one of the perennial problems the left has always had has been an inability to get out of the central belt. I'm from the Highlands of Scotland. The left has always struggled, and often it's because we don't put in the resources to reach these regions. We already have powerful bases in the central belt, which we absolutely should build on, but without moving into other bits of Scotland, without moving into what's regarded as rural Scotland, or which I think is wrong. I'm from Inverness, that's a city. It's one of the biggest cities in Scotland. we need to be pushing our party into these places where there is political disenfranchisement, there is a solid working class movement that isn't being used, and we need to be putting extra resources into these places. We need to do that, so that's why I'm arguing for option A, so that we can have a broader base across the party that represents all the regions of Scotland. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I only have one more speaker, which is Arthur Nicol from Dundee, who will be speaking in support of option B. After this speaker, I will only take one more speaker if they're not a man. So if I don't get any more requests, we'll just go straight to a vote. If I get any requests from anyone who's not a man, I will take that speech. Arthur, over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair, and morning conference. Arthur Nicol, I'm a trade union activist, have been for about 30 odd years in public sector. I think an important point about the difference between the two votes is that I don't think there's anybody disputes that we need to make sure that all of the regions are represented in terms of what the speakers before said. But I think I would start from the point of view of we also need to make sure that members have a chance to vote for the leadership and the people that they see as leading in the party in terms of taking the party forward. And if we stick to the 2 per region, there's a real difficulty, a real problem that you limit the possibility of that. I think there will be, for instance, situations where there might be several people within a particular region who people across the party know have been leading very fundamentally in terms of taking your party forward and campaigning and winning. And I think it would be unfortunate if we can't have the opportunity for members across the country to actually vote for those people in terms of leading the party. So I think about leadership and making sure that we've got democratic control of leadership, I think that offers the best of both worlds in terms of there's still 1 member representation per region, but we actually all have a say in trying to make sure that the very best people that we think are leading the party get the chance to be elected and lead that party. So the option B for me makes far more sense. It's the most balanced position, and I think we should go forward on that basis. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I've not had any more requests to speak on this option, so we are going to move straight to a vote. I believe that the vote for this is currently open. Oh, we've got a technical point here. Yeah. Microphone to the front here, please. Here we go, got one.
Just a clarifying point, and please correct me if this is wrong, but I don't think it is. The SEC, as per the Constitution, currently will be responsible for the day-to-day running of the party, governance, and including staffing. This is not necessarily the party leadership we're voting on now. We're having a discussion later about the model of leadership the party will have. So just so everybody's absolutely clear, I just thought after that last speech it was worth clarifying that. Thank you.
Thank you for the point of clarification. Okay, so as I say, we will move to a vote now. As I say, I think we're having some tech issues, which is fine and very normal for these sort of things. So I think that the vote for this is currently open. We're actually going to go to a comfort break now. Oh, I've got a technical point over here. Can we have the mic? Yeah, thank you.
I'm assuming that to access the vote, you go on the link, which is not functional on the voting page. It says to cast your vote, go to the vote dashboard in the members portal here.
Yeah, so
that is not on my version. That is not underlined as a link.
Okay, I will find out about that. The website is set up by our UK team, and I don't know it back to front. But I think if you click on the button here, I think that is what will take you then to the vote dashboard. As I said, we are going to move to a comfort break now, and that's going to be for 15 minutes. And because actually we are running very slightly ahead of time, I'm going to give you 17 minutes. I know. So we're going to come back at 20 to 12, where we'll hear option 4, and then we'll have our first panel session. If you have still got tech issues, if you head to the registration desk, and they'll be able to help you out as well. Okay, thank you very much, everyone.
Hillbillies can do.
Just to let everyone know that the voting issues are now fixed. The votes for those two amendments will be open until 12:15, which is the end of this session of business. So the votes are now open until 12:15 for the two options that we've just debated. Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody. My name is Tornister. I'm a proud member of the Dundee Proto Branch. The two options available for how good a city Dundee is are it's very good or it's the best city. Thank you. And option B is my option, I have to say. We shall be proceeding on to option 4 of the Constitution, and this will be introduced by Owen. And can I just say that at this point we have had 0 requests to speak on option 4. On the plus side, that is gender balanced, but this may be, but this may be an extremely quick debate. But it does need to be introduced. So, Owen, please could you give us a nice précis of option 4? Thank you very much.
Well, at least this will be over and done with fairly quickly. So option 4 is presenting members with a choice between national officers on the Scottish Executive Committee either being elected directly by the membership or being elected by the SEC among themselves. So that would mean, so option A here is that the SEC among itself shall elect national officers including the chair, deputy chair, secretary, treasurer, political officer, and spokesperson, depending on which option we vote for in the leadership, who shall make up the Scottish Officers Group alongside leaders or co-leaders if we choose to have that. Option B is that the membership will directly elect national officers, including a chair, deputy chair, secretary, treasurer, political officer, etc. So basically the key difference here between option A and option B is that option A has the SEC electing national officers among themselves. The SEC will, of course, be directly elected by the membership. Or option B is that those officer roles will be directly elected by the membership, not elected among the SEC. Have we got any questions on that?
I see no questions, so I think we can go to the vote, unless there is anybody who suddenly has a burning desire to speak to this motion, but that's fine because we've got lots of stuff to get through, so we can just proceed to a vote, I think. I think that's grand. I think, can we get the voting up for option 4 then? That will be open, I presume, until 12:15 as well. Lovely. Okay, we can crack on then to option 5. Now, slightly complicated one. This is going to have 2 parts. So this, in fact, actually, possibly Owen might be. You're being summoned again. Yeah. Do you want to explain the crack? Go for it.
Yes, of course. Right. Sorry, I should never have sat down. Option 5, this is a bit more of a complicated one. It provides this is on the leadership model, so it's providing members with the choice between a single leader, 2 co-leaders, or a collective leadership model. So the debate here is going to be structured so that conference will first debate and vote on having any number of leaders or co-leaders, A, versus a collective leadership, B. Once this has happened, then only if A passes will there be a subsequent debate on if there should be a sole leader or 2 co-leaders. So sole leader would be option A1, 2 co-leaders will be option A2. So we're first deciding on whether or not we're going to have a leader or a co-leader at all. And then if that passes, we'll then be voting on whether or not we should have a sole leader or 2 co-leaders. So the first vote is basically, will there be a leader or co-leader or a collective leadership? Any questions?
Okay. I can see a question at the technical point, in fact, all the way over there where I'm pointing. I'm hoping someone's got the mic. There we go.
I'm not sure if this. I'm not sure like what if this would be a technical point, but just in terms of voting, I feel like for me, I'm getting a bit confused because there's so much information coming in, and I feel like with a limited amount of time to vote, I'm finding it quite hard within like 10 minutes to quite listen to the arguments. Do you know what I mean? And get my head around what the different points of view are, and figure out how to vote and vote. If that's just me, I'm not sure. But if that's like a common thing, maybe. I don't know if you can like put proposals forward, but maybe like I'd put a proposal to like just be able to vote for the whole day, you know, like for the UK conference. Well, yeah, I'm not sure if you can do proposals, but like, yeah.
So I guess that's kind of a point of order then, I suppose. Is that a point of order?
Yes, it is. I mean, the voting, I'll just check. I mean, the voting will open just a little bit after this debate. That is how it is. I appreciate it is in a sense, short decisions, but on the other hand, there won't be further debate on this item after the debate's concluded. However, depending on how option 5 goes, it might be that we actually come back to option 5 after lunch break. So you might actually have about 3 hours in total to mull over while you eat lunch and go on fringes. So you might have extra time for this one, if that's of any help. Just 1 second.
2 questions there.
Yeah, it's also worth saying that some of the votes have consequential effects on the rest of the document, so that is the reason. This is why it's different from Liverpool, for example. So at Liverpool, you could just take votes at the end of the day, at the end of conference, because bits of the options that we'll be debating will have consequential effects on the rest of the documents. That's why we're taking them, voting as we go. No, we're still taking questions. I think I saw hands up for questions. Come right here.
Thanks. It's just a follow-up from what was just mentioned. I do understand what you said, so that vote, it's kind of, you need to vote the first one to then go into the second one. But do the other questions that we're voting on, do they have that same follow-up? Because I just don't understand why we would have 15, 20 minutes to vote on something. And surely that's going to disenfranchise a lot of people who, by one reason or the other, miss that such a tight window. I just don't understand the practical reason. I understand for that specific leadership question, but for the other ones, why would we constrain ourselves to 40 minutes, 20 minutes? You know what I mean? I think a lot of people are simply going to miss the opportunity to vote because they didn't pay attention or anything like that.
It's helpful we're going to extend the voting period for this debate until 12:55. So you'll have a bit more time. Your point is taken. I think we had a technical point at the front. Yep, can I get a what? Sorry? Is that a technical point as well?
Question.
Yes.
Sorry, just is a technical point, is it?
Yes.
Yep, go for it.
I don't know if it's just me or my phone, but I'm not really getting these votes up in order. Or there's really a time lag, like go and have a cup of coffee and then have a look again, and it's not very satisfactory.
I'm hearing some agreement in the room with that. So, gotcha. So just for option 4, we obviously had no debate on that because no one wanted to speak, and I think the vote is now open for option 4, by the way. I think it just that happens slightly quicker. I'm sorry? Are we not seeing option 4 open? Okay. Bear with folks 1 moment. Okay, so please bear in mind that we're using the Your Party UK software, and we're required to use just as a statement of fact. We're using their software, so we're slightly reliant on how that's working. I think we'll take another technical point at the front. Comrade here. 1 second, could you just wait for the microphone?
Point's already been made. So far, there's generally a latency of about 10 to 15 minutes of you announcing a vote going through, being open, and it happening. So if the vote then closes 15 minutes after, you may find a turnout of 0% on some votes.
I've been promised now again that it is, in fact, option 4 is now open. Hopefully, point of information. I'm seeing nods, so I think that's actually reality. Again, I note your point. I would simply say bear with us, and we are doing our best behind the scenes. 12:55, yes. So the option 4, which we had no debate on because no one wanted to speak, is open for another 56 minutes. Okay. Are there any more points of clarity, questions, in fact, on option 5, or indeed more technical points? I see another technical point here. Can we get a microphone down here, please?
Sorry, just a quick one. We were the Wi-Fi and access to the Wi-Fi.
I can't give you any more information at this very second. Apologise. Which I realise is not ideal. I see a point at the back over there.
Yeah, hi, Hayley Green from Orkney. Just to say on the Wi-Fi, I've managed to get connected to the first one that comes up, that you have to put quite a lot of details in, but you can delete it afterwards. And I think it says the cloud. So if that helps anybody, that's what I've got connected to.
Thank you for that.
There we go. That is mutual aid in action. Thank you. I'm seeing lots of more points. Hello, comrade here.
Yeah, sorry to bring it up again.
All right.
Yeah, I think because what people are saying, that it's hard to get online. It's also the fact that option 2 and option 3 are coming up at different times for me anyway. Then why not just leave it to the end of the day? People can reflect. And I know that you've mentioned that things have to be in sequence, but you haven't explained why.
So with that, it's not just with this option, but in terms of some options here in relation to the party structure, what we decide will then affect what we can do with the rest of the constitution. That's why it's having to be done in sequence like that, and why it can't just be left to the end of the day.
Right, okay. Comrade, can we go for this comrade here?
Hello, yeah. Just to say that I echo what other people are saying, but I've looked at scanning, because every time you say a vote's there, I've looked at my phone and it's not coming through quickly, as other comrades are saying. But I've got around it by newly scanning each time. So, I appreciate not everyone here might have a scan or whatever, but if you scan each time to refresh it, then it seems to be working better.
Okay, thank you. Comrade over there. Okay.
Apologies if this has been explained and I've missed it. It's just with regard to option 5, if there is going to be a second vote, depending on the way the first vote goes, will that be announced so that we know to go back in to look for that one?
Shall I tell what my hope is? My hope is that we're able to do the choice between A or B before we break up in 15 or so minutes, and then we'll have a result when we come back to conference business at 2 o'clock. That's my hope. And I'm now hoping, by the way, I think guest Wi-Fi is the one to go for. Yeah, guest Wi-Fi is the one to go for if that's also one to go for if that's of any help. I am, 1 second.
Just get us.
Yeah, no, I see.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Awesome. We've got another question in the corner over there. The woman in there, she's put her hand up. Yeah, there.
Sorry, I see one more point. I think there's one point over here.
I was just going to make a suggestion, but then I also would like to point out that option 5 hasn't appeared on several people's website. But what I was going to say...
Sorry, is that in terms of the vote?
No, just, yes, the description.
It'll be because it's not. We're about to debate option 5 just now, so I don't think it will be.
Okay, that wasn't what I was going to say, though. I was going to say something else. So a few people have spoken about wanting to have a little bit more time to vote, and I completely understand what you're saying about some votes are sequential. The second vote is dependent on how the first one goes.
Yep.
And I was wondering if we are all, we're all back here tomorrow, would it be possible to vote any of those votes that are dependent on the first vote, we do it tomorrow?
Right, I'm with you. I think what we might be able to do, so apart from this one, because we have to have 2 votes and they have to go in order, apart from that one, I think we're in a position to say, let's extend the voting until the end of conference.
Fantastic.
End of today. End of conference business today, which will be 6 o'clock. Yeah. I think we're in a position to do that. Is that... 1 second. Okay. So we'll just move to... Should we just... Okay. I think we're in a position to do that, to extend the voting period until, for everything today, with the exception of the choice between 5A and 5B until 6 p.m. tonight. I think that is...
Does that sort of deal with people's concerns? Aye?
That sounds good. Okay.
Sounds positive.
I am noting that we have 10 minutes until our scheduled fringe, and I propose that we probably don't have time to have a very substantial debate in 10 minutes. So what I am proposing, we've also got quite a few speakers, so what I'm proposing is if we're able to bring the fringe forward until 12:05, I realise we've just had about 20 minutes of procedural technical questions, but I think if we just come back at 2 o'clock and have the full debate on option 5 then, I think that makes sense, rather than... Okay. Thank you, comrades.
Thank you for bearing with us, folks. Much appreciated.
Thank you. Okay, so we're going to bring the fringe on. Could Paul Murphy and please come to the stage. We have comrades joining us online. And I think you're chairing, are you? No, not chairing. You're chairing, boss. Sorry. Okay.
Yeah, can you sit there, please? And then could you do me a favour and plug this into? Sorry, folks, just bear with us a second. We're just wanting to make sure that you can actually see our speakers who are attending online. So, my name is Fred Baer. I'm from Your Party Aberdeen. Joining me today in person is Paul Murphy from People Before Profit in Ireland. And joining us online will be Eric Uden from the Left Party in Germany, Marko Crnobrnja from the Party of the Radical Left in Serbia, and Lara Alonso from the Anti-Capitalistas in Spain. So we're just gonna wait for them to appear on the screen for you. Apologies, folks. Hello, we've got Lara. Now we're just waiting for Marco and Eric. And our other attendees did want to be here in person today, but for various logistical reasons it just didn't work out. Can I just check, Lara, can you hear me okay? Yeah, fantastic. Yeah, I think we make a start, bearing in mind some of our speakers may not realise that we moved this forward and haven't joined yet. So, without further ado, I'm going to ask Paul to introduce himself first. On you go, Paul.
Thanks a lot, Fred. Hi, comrades. Thanks a lot for the invitation to be here. It's, I think you have a very important opportunity to take a step towards building a mass socialist force, and it's important for all of us that you grab that opportunity. To speak a little bit about People Before Profit, for which I'm a TD, a Member of Parliament. Firstly, just to say, People Before Profit is not a mass force, but we are a national point of reference. We are at the heart of social movements on Palestine, on neutrality, on the cost of living crisis, and we have important electoral roots in key working class communities, particularly in Dublin, but also in some other parts of the country. And recently we were a driving part of the coalition that delivered a left victory in the presidential elections, the biggest presidential election victory ever. The first time in electoral history that the left clearly won in a left-right contest, won a majority of first preference votes in a national election, and won by such a margin, which was important. And I'm not here to say that People Before Profit is the model, because I don't think it is the model. I don't think there is one model. But I do think in struggling to try to build substantial left socialist forces, we come up against many of the similar challenges and questions. So I want to address just a few of those and give our own experience on that. The first one is on the relationship between elections and campaigning. For us, elections and Parliament is actually very important. It's not very important because we think that's how we're going to deliver fundamental change in society, but it's very important because it's part of how the general will is forged. It's how many people perceive big change in politics can come about, and because if you win any public position, national, local, well then that's a platform for socialist ideas, but more than that, it's an opportunity to organise. And that's how we try to see our election work, as complementary to the work of organising, self-activity and mobilisation of working class people, which is crucial. And just to give an example of what that looks like, I mean, I was first elected to the National Parliament almost 12 years ago now, in a by-election which was focused on the issue of water charges. And our key slogan was, don't pay, organise and protest, and vote. And I won that election against all the odds, against all expectations, on the same day that there was 100,000 people on the streets. And then we used that victory and we used that parliamentary position to make the case for non-payment, to make the case for mass organisation, mass protest, and ultimately we won. We won because there was mass non-payment, 73% of people refused to pay. We won because there was mass mobilisation, but the election victory and the public position absolutely assisted in doing that. The second point is about doing mass politics, because we want to do mass politics in People Before Profit. We don't want to just talk to people who already agree with us. We want to talk to working class people, even if they're under the influence of the ideas of the far right. But doing mass politics doesn't mean sacrificing oppressed groups. The struggle to unite the working class, is achieved by the struggle, is a part of the process of that struggle to unite the working class is struggling against oppression, against racism, against asylum seekers, against people of colour, against transphobia. That's a crucial part of what we're doing. It doesn't mean that we're sneering in our attitudes towards ordinary working class people who don't agree with us on those issues. It doesn't mean we don't organise against council rent increases with people who disagree with us on those issues. But it does mean that we're consistent in our approach. We have an approach towards ordinary people of patient explanation, of saying why we're stronger if we're united, and an absolute opposition to those in the establishment and on the far right who try to peddle those divisive, prejudicial lies. And then the final point is just on kind of the relationship between the day-to-day struggles and the immediate demands and the question of a socialist programme. And for us, there isn't a kind of wall between those. We have to struggle on the day-to-day issues. We're active on Palestine, we're active on neutrality, but we're also active in fighting for playgrounds at a local level. We're active in fighting for more investment in our schools. We're active in terms of fighting against council rent increases. We have to organise working class people on the issues that matter to them and show that if you get organised, you can win victories. But the question is to link that to the need to change society. Because I think many people have the sense that we are living in a sick, depraved system. You know, people have a sense, they don't have a confidence that there can be an alternative, but they have a sense that we're being dragged deeper and deeper into barbarism. A barbarism marked by ecological catastrophe, by genocide and war, and by the rise of the far right. And they can see it's a sick system which is organised and led by sick individuals. People like Jeffrey Epstein, people like Donald Trump, people like Peter Mandelson. And these people are enabled by the kind of vacuous, lying, greasy pole climbers like Keir Starmer. And people have a disgust of that. And we have to therefore link it and give people the confidence that there is an alternative way of organising society, that, as James Connolly said, the day has gone for patching up the capitalist system, it must go, and that alternative is eco-socialism. That alternative is a system based on public ownership, democratic control, workers in charge of the means of production, and on that basis, a good life for everybody on this planet can be guaranteed, and that's a good life that can be delivered within the planetary bounds of this planet that we're living on, and a planet we have to ensure can continue to provide for our children and our grandchildren. Thank you very much.
Thanks for that, Paul. Thanks, Paul. I am told by a little birdie that we have got Marco Czernoburnia from the Party of the Radical Left online, so if our technical team could put him on the screen as well. Fantastic. All right, next up I will ask Lara to introduce herself. Lara, on you go, please.
Hi, can you hear me all right? Can you hear me? Yes. I'm Lara from Anticapitalistas, an organization from Spain. Specifically, I'm from the LGBTQ+ area. We are an organization from the Fourth International. We've gone through several incarnations, but we have existed since 1995. So mostly we have been shaped by the social movements and protests of 2011, the 50-man movement, and kind of like the protests that contested the bipartisan model in Spain. Right now, we are focusing on social movements rather than electoral strategy. We are small, but recently we have had an important presence in the movement in solidarity for Palestine. We are an eco-socialist and feminist organization, and we do put a lot of accent in this particular organization because it's urgent to organize to confront the climate crisis, and we consider we cannot do that without taking on the capitalist mode of production as a whole. Likewise, we put the rights of women and queer people right and center in this moment of an international wave of right-wing victories and government adopting conservative measures and far-right discourse infiltrating day-to-day speech and attitudes. We need to confront these threats through total solidarity with the main targets of these attacks. And right now, that means that we have to show up for migrant workers, for people of color, and for LGBTQ+ people. Fighting this current moment of reaction also means tackling the issue of militarization. And this shift to wartime politics that we are seeing, Anticapitalistas is making this a focus of our strategies against the increase of military spending in Europe and the justification that the government and also the media are attempting to do, pushing this sense of insecurity and imminent conflict onto the population. And on broad terms, our strategy is based on the self-organization of the working class and creating working class institutions inside and outside the workplace through unions, social movement, local cooperatives, but all the while keeping a clear and committed internationalist stance. Now, the Spanish context is a bit particular, even though it's likely that in the next elections, a coalition between the hegemonic right-wing party PP, and the far-right party Vox is going to win. Right now, Spain is seen as a kind of left-wing beacon in Europe because of this fame that the PSOE government has been getting, which doesn't quite reflect what happens on the streets. But people outside Spain hear Pedro Sánchez talk about Palestine and apply cosmetic measures to the crisis in Gaza, while violently suppressing solidarity at home and keeping many of our economic ties to Israel. And these days they see him fight with Elon Musk, even though the policy our government wants to implement regarding social media is anything but progressive. Meanwhile, inside Spain, we face violent repression and surveillance of left-wing and ecologist groups. Last year, we had a wave of scandals regarding police infiltration in social movements. The housing crisis is worsening and worsening, and the government is busy prioritizing the rights of landlords. And it's true that we've had some recent wins in terms of the rights for migrant populations, with the legal regularization of the situation of thousands of people living and working here. But this victory was thanks to the work of anti-racist organizations and a popular support, not because the government has abandoned their racist policies. So, but this means that for anticapitalistas, we are in a difficult position right now, because there's this sense that a lot of people see that we have a supposedly left-wing government, and they feel that they don't have to work so hard to organize against the rise of the far right, or to push for housing reform, education reform, and to protect our healthcare system that is in a very real risk of being privatized. We feel that there's a lack of urgency about building alternatives to institutional power, and a lot of people are going to struggle to be ready if this right-wing government coalition comes to be. So our task is figuring out how to involve people in day-to-day left-wing politics. So when the moment comes, we can offer an effective resistance. And that's kind of the context that we have in Spain and the issues we are trying to focus on. And apart from our day-to-day work, I also wanted to mention that we have a summer university that hosts international guests and offers conferences and workshops and cultural activities. And I think it's a very worthwhile way of building solidarity across countries. And I welcome you to check it out.
Thanks for that, Lara. Now, I am informed that Eric Uden has joined us as well, so if he could be put up on screen, please, technical team. But next up, I'm going to ask Marco Cerno-Bernia from the Party of the Radical Left to give us his introduction. Marco, I don't think... Oh, no, we can see you. Lovely. I think we couldn't see you earlier. On you go, Marco.
Okay, so nice to be here. My name is Marko Crnobrne-Maletić from the Party of the Radical Left from Serbia. Our party is basically the only registered anti-capitalist party in Serbia. We have developed from some earlier struggles, of workers who were trying to gain management over their factories during the privatization of the 2000s. And later mostly revitalized the party, the movement, through people who joined the anti-eviction movement, which is a big deal in Serbia. So basically where we are now currently, we are not yet able to contest electoral politics due to the prohibitive costs that exist in Serbia for even going on any kind of elections. So basically we concentrate more on direct types of actions in terms of like stopping evictions, making different solidarity protests for Palestine and so on, and in general trying to like to be a more militant voice for the working class here in Serbia.
Thank you, Marco. And last but not least, can I ask Eric to introduce yourself, please?
Yes, thank you very much. Terribly sorry for the delay. There's been lots going on, but my name is Eric Uden. I'm a state representative for Die Linke for the state of Lower Saxony. And yeah, I'm from the German left. I hope you can hear me okay, and I hope the internet connection stays stable. That's a bit of an issue in Germany, among other things. I would love to introduce my party in a quite similar way as, for example, the direction that your party is headed right now, or the other speakers can. But sadly, I would personally say that is not the case. We are currently, or the German left, Die Linke, is currently in a bit of a hassle. We're not quite certain what direction we will go to. Will we continue our rather reformist or conformist path of going further into parliaments and trying to achieve change there? Or will we change and begin doing more grassroots activism? That is something that only time will tell, and it is sadly also the reason why I've arrived so late, because I was just on a conference where we discussed specifically that. I would love to give you a bit of like a short insight on what the German left has been achieving in the past couple of years and what direction or what has been happening for the past couple of years without taking too much of your time. You may remember me from the main or the founding conference of your party, where I gave a speech about hope. And I'd love to elaborate on a lot of things that I may have left out and also couldn't elaborate on enough. For example, I mentioned that we should believe in our party or in your party, not because of generally the specific people there or the specific policies, but because time will prove us right. Generally, something along those lines is what I've said or what I meant to say. And in that context, I've also spoken about the Greens and the other parties. What was very fascinating is that the German left achieved a very big election victory. I've seen this party for a long time, and with that, I only mean 2.5 years. I haven't been even here for that long. My party turned 18 years old last year, and I was very, I must say, inspired by the founding conference, because I always wondered what, the founding of my party looked like, and I think it looked very similar. But what I find very interesting is that in those 2.5 years, the meaning of Die Linke changed completely, phenomenally. 2.5 years, Die Linke was still one of the same parties with the BSW, which later split and formed its own kind of thing. In 2024, during the EU election, we achieved a historic low of only 2.7% in federal elections or EU elections, which are done federally. And only to then, not even a year later, I think 8 months later, have, what was it, 8.8%? And even now in the polls above 10%, on the same level as Labour and Greens, which is our Labour and Greens, which is, surprising. It's very unexpected. I really thought we would, for the first time in our history, or for the second time in our history, leave federal parliament once again. In Germany, it's a lot easier than in the United Kingdom or in England or in Scotland, I believe. I'm not too certain how it works for you over there. But we only need to surpass 5% of the votes federally in order to go into parliament. And, I've explained my party's history, or at least the past 2.5 years, in a shortened way, but I really want to discuss what happened in 2025. Why is it that we won that big? And many people will talk about specific speeches our politicians gave or our strategy. And I have to be a bit honest, between you and me and the conference listening, I don't think we did that much differently than in the 2024 elections. As a matter of fact, I know we didn't even have more money or resources for public messaging. I also disliked the posters we put up. I thought they were worse than during the EU election. So why did we win? Why? What changed? And I'd say the circumstances changed. The Germany that we ran in was different because the Green Party, our Labour Party, completely gave up continuing their own positions and, to a degree, tried to imitate the far right, to a large degree, continued the peddling of racist, logic, continued the peddling of saying that we need deportations and other things, proposed plans that were eerily similar to what the AfD, our reform, have been proposing. And that was, many people flocked to us, not because we did things differently, but at least they could trust us that we would continue on our way. And to a small degree, we were also proven right. The contradictions of capitalism came to a maximum, and all other parties flocked to more or less the same far-right narrative in a doomed attempt to recuperate lots of the votes that were lost to the far-right, except for us. And where does that leave us? It leaves us with the message I wanted to give at the founding conference, that what we're doing, even if it may seem hopeless now, or even if it may seem that there's so much going on that it's a lot of stress, it's a lot of drama. I believe it is a lot of stress and a lot of drama because there's something to win over, because there is something worth fighting for. So internationalism, that's what this panel will be about. And I believe that I can't offer a very good perspective on that from a Westerner's perspective, because I believe that, at least specifically with the party Die Linke in Germany, and possibly to a degree also the one in the United Kingdom, it is not our job to, it is not, our part of the international work should be to listen and learn from the global south and stop whatever our countries are doing from oppressing them. I believe the best example for that would be the Italian dock workers. I'm stealing a bit from a panel I had the other day, and a guy who was on there with said a lot of good things. Oh, sorry, I can't see you that well, so if you clap for things, thank you very much. But I won't have a break. The Italian dock workers, yes, amazing thing, an amazing example, because it is something we can do to not just show international solidarity by following someone or sharing some news or making aware of things, but by truly stopping the oppression that our Western governments are doing. And that is what I believe our part of the job for international solidarity should be as Western forces. And the parliamentary arm that our parties have attached to our movement, because it should always be that way, it should always have that hierarchy. It shouldn't be the parliament and the parliamentarians deciding what's going on. It should be them simply enacting the will of our party, should help us achieve that. And that can be a bit tricky. For you, it's a lot easier to stay as a fundamental opposition because you won't have that many MPs that easily. With Die Linke, the second we got in, we immediately had talks of joining a coalition again. I believe that would have been the worst thing we could have potentially done. But I won't elaborate too much on that. But why do I still think we should have parliamentarianism and electoralism in some way, despite being anti-electoralist and very critical of parliaments? Because something like the political right to strike, having a right to strike in a political way, would be very helpful in order to have something like the Italian dock strikers or the Italian dock workers striking, because it would make their strike non-illegal. It would make that a lot more easily. We could strike. We could strike as train drivers or any other sort of delivery or any other sort of manufacturers if deals were made with certain weapon companies, if certain weapons were manufactured with parts.
Thank you, Eric. You're running slightly over time, I'm afraid. I'm going to have
Sorry.
to move us on.
That's
if you
why we
want to
need
say a
both.
final sentence to sum up.
Yes. Thank you very much for listening. I hope we'll have a nice debate after this. And yeah, that's the meaning of the left, and that's what I think our part in international solidarity should be.
Thank you. Right, comrades, so just to explain about the format of this, which I really should have done at the beginning, we're now going to move on to some prepared questions for about a quarter of an hour, and then we're going to open it up to yourselves if you want to pick up on anything that our panelists have said. So to start out with, we obviously have a very good variety of European countries represented on this panel, especially in terms of their history with socialism. Ireland has its Republican socialist tradition. Serbia was part of socialist Yugoslavia and the non-aligned movement. Germany was split in two by the Iron Curtain, and Spain, of course, had its civil war. So with those historical experiences in mind, and the variety of different experiences with socialism historically, how do you think that affects the willingness of working class people in your country to entertain alternatives to capitalism? And I'm going to put that to Paul first.
That's a good question. I mean, go back to James Connolly, right? So James Connolly is the most famous Irish socialist. But of course, exactly, that was my next point. That was the punchline. He's Scottish. And James Connolly, like for us, we refer to ourselves as James Connolly socialists. And it's kind of a way of rooting socialism in the tradition of the Irish working class, by which we mean, certainly I mean, I am a revolutionary Marxist and James Connolly is a Scottish, Irish revolutionary Marxist. But Connolly did lay quite a lot of emphasis on disputing the idea that socialism was some foreign importation. You know, it was an idea coming from afar, and instead was saying, no, this flows from the actual experiences of working class people in this country, regardless of where they have come from. So I think, you know, the fundamental reality of capitalist class society is the same in every capitalist country, but of course there are national specificities that you need to engage with, you need to relate to, you need to relate to national questions in particular. So I think, you know, the fundamentals are the same, but then you just need to be conscious of the particular conditions where you're trying to build. And there's obviously, you know, very, very proud Scottish socialist traditions that you are building in, and I think is an important thing to emphasize in doing so.
Thank you, Paul. Eric?
Yes. I believe it's very much a hassle. Many people associate socialism with the GDR, and that was terrible, and everyone hated it. So I think we still have it a lot easier. Well, that's not my opinion. I'm paralleling what generally the public opinion or the general opinion of the Federal Republic of Germany is after the annexation or reunion. But I still think we have it a lot easier for some reasons than the general European East. I wouldn't imagine what it would be like to, for example, be part of a socialist party in Serbia. And I've seen the struggles from people in Czechia. It's a lot rougher because the anti-communist sentiment was a lot more strengthened after the fall of the Soviet Union. I'd say it has a lot of upsides because many people remember the GDR and they remember that at least homelessness wasn't as much of an issue, or rather none. They remember that childcare and many other things that are problems in West Germany, or the West Germany we live in today, were not an issue. And so it's a lot much easier to get them, but there's a lot of disenfranchisement. So a lot of people are hopeless. But I believe through a critical distancing while still acknowledging the upsides, we've managed to reestablish ourselves as a new kind of socialism, one that isn't just the GDR 2.0, despite our parties having direct ties to the leading Socialist Unity Party of the GDR. So I think it is rough, but it did not take as long as I would have expected for us to reform the word and give people new ideas on what socialism can be and can mean.
Thank you, Eric. Lara, your thoughts?
I think the reference to the Spanish Civil War is kind of on point, because right now we are seeing the memory of the Civil War and the Francoist dictatorship as a kind of battleground for the cultural wars. We have this kind of emergent far right who is beginning to try to shift the perception of the Civil War again, like rehashing all myths about how Franco saved Spain from a horrible communist future, like we would have become a satellite of the Soviet Union and all that. We've seen that discourse again in the public arena, even in Congress, in the official political parties. But on the other hand, our organization wants to counter this workerist idea of a working class that looks like in the 20th century, like in the 30s or even the 70s and 90s. And we are trying to take the social movements and struggles like anti-racism, feminism, queer struggles, using them as kind of a socialist school, because we believe those struggles represent class consciousness and class struggle right now, and the legacy of socialism in Spain doesn't mean that the working class now looks like it did during the Civil War. So we have those two fronts in our organization.
Thank you. That was very interesting. Marco?
Sorry, my camera is making issues. So basically, it's so the history of socialism in Serbia. It's kind of a double-edged sword because on the one side you have people who remember this period and remember it as a time of relative prosperity, and on the other hand you have all of these issues that came up during the socialist period that you have to deal with, and it's more of a, it's less of a talk that deals in hypotheticals and more of a talk that has to deal with the national history itself and how and socialism's place in it. So paradoxically, you have like left-leaning or even people who declare themselves as communists on all sides of the political spectrum. So there are people for whom being communist means being a Milosevic-era nationalist, or for whom it means being an elitist of the type that existed in the 80s, for example, when the Communist Party became very much separated from the working class. So you often have like communists, a bunch of communists, declared communists, who take positions that are totally opposite and depending on like different political forces that exist in Serbian society. So for us, it's but I think that is in on balance, it is a good thing because there is like a history that one can refer to, and we can like then go into a deeper talk about what socialism meant for us. Like in general, people do recognize that it was a better time, but at the same time, it's similar to how people recognize the 20th century in Western countries also as a better time because it was maybe a time of social democracy and so on. But at the same time, people don't really believe that that time would come back because they consider it to be dependent on the World Bank credits and other types of aid from the West that was received by socialist Yugoslavia, and they seem to treat that as kind of a accident of history and not something that can be reproduced. So it's our idea is to like also hear back to earlier socialist past, like similar to how we approach James Connolly. We also approach Svetozar Markovic, who was this early Serbian socialist in the 1870s, pre-Marxist, and other figures like him, Jovan Skerlic, and so on. In general, the radical movement, which our party takes names from, which later became a nationalist party and establishment political organization. But it was in the late 19th century, it was a progressive force, and we tried to like remind people that there is a history of socialism in Serbia, history of Serbian democracy, and basically popular politics that we can refer back to, and we try to build on that.
Thank you. So I think a common theme running through all of that is that it can be both a help and a hindrance, people's historical experiences with socialism and kind of perceptions as they've been built in the public. Speaking of obstacles, I'm interested what each of you would say is the greatest obstacle that the left is facing when it comes to organizing today, both in your country and internationally, and if you think it's the same everywhere, or if there's peculiarities in your country. I'm going to bring Lara in first on that one, please.
I think in terms of organizing, something that we try to do is that there's been a lot of fragmentations in struggles. So like social movements can have relative success, like with protests or marches or even strikes at a level of their own sectors. But there's a struggle to connect those movements, and so that people don't see them as atomized, and they make the connection that is part of the capitalist totality, which is oppressing them, not just that their own particular problems are totally apart from those of the other people who then the next week are going to be on a march or on a strike. So we are trying, that's why we are focusing a lot in organizing inside of social movement, because if we can have a presence in multiple social movements, it's easier to make that connection through our presence. And I say that right now is one of the biggest problems. The other, I think, like you would agree that internationally there's this feeling of impotence that is very, is reproduced by media that want us to believe there is nothing to be done, like the classic "there is no alternative" to capitalism. So we are struggling to celebrate victories and to think of ways in which small victories can contribute to a sense of reactivation of struggles. And I think like some things that we are seeing internationally can help, even like a small victories like what we are seeing in the United States with some electoral gains and some street resistance against ICE. I think if we can connect that in a way that we can break our mental idea that there is nothing to be done, I think that would be our greatest challenge and the thing that we could like reactivate our fight.
Thank you. Eric, what are your thoughts?
Thank you very much. I believe with Germany, I've mentioned this many times before, an issue that might be surprising to other countries is Zionism. I could go further into detail, but I'm very certain you can have some general understanding why that is a thing, but I believe the tides are currently shifting. But I also believe as a bit of a, I'm only 22 years old, what I'm seeing in people who are my age or younger is that they very easily fall into doomerism or some sort of, I would call it like a political depression, where something bad happens and they no longer see the purpose in doing anything, or their main political task or motive becomes complaining about everything, which is right. Lots of things are going terribly. It's very privileged to not have any things to complain about, but that shouldn't hinder you or it should numb you. That's my point. Then when it comes to the older people in my own political party, I very often see that they see politics through the lens of parliamentarianism. So there's a bit of an issue that they don't have a healthy distance to parliamentarianism, hence do not truly fund the idea that we need to emancipate people, but that we represent them in the parliaments, even though we can't really represent people, they can only represent themselves, and we should give them that help. And then the second to last thing I would add to this list is something I've already touched on in my first few statements: the difference between solidarity and help. When many people hear of solidarity or international solidarity, they often think, "Oh, we as Germany might be able to send containers of goods to Cuba." We do that as Die Linke, but that shouldn't be our solidarity. We should recognize that our oppression of the global south should end, and that would lead to their living conditions bettering. And then the last thing, and that might come across a bit weird, but the last thing I would say that's a bit of an issue in the German left and maybe the international left is a healthy trust in your own beliefs. What I mean is that materialism will sooner than later prove you right. The historical circumstances you're seeing aren't new. They aren't something that will just happen in one capitalist country. They will more or less repeat that way. And we should trust that this process that we have seen before will happen again, and hence not give up before we can come into the conditions where change is much more easily possible.
Thank you, Eric. Marco?
So the biggest obstacle for us here is basically the lack of resources, because here the left had to redevelop itself after the fall of the Berlin Wall, because all the previous socialist property and socialist political infrastructure went basically to the newly formed Socialist Party of Milosevic, and later, which later was part of a coalition in later liberal governments. Like the property of the trade unions went to this trade union confederation, which is also controlled by the state effectively. So in general, there is no infrastructure that was built generationally that the left, the anti-systematic left, could inherit here. So that's the biggest issue. And in general, like the costs of politics here are prohibitive, in the sense that to contest elections, you need some thousands of signatures, and each one of them has to be approved by a notary, which charges a few dollars each. So you're talking about maybe $10,000 to contest an election here. And in general, like also the cost of media, there isn't like a big media system here that could support left-wing party. We'll only have some like small podcasts that go on YouTube and so on, but for any like more serious production, we need to have more resources. And in general, like the money here, there is all kinds of money for activism in the sense of like those funded by different foundations, by the budget, by Stiftungen and so on. And in general, this kind of money is very much conditioned on having the correct politics, and it's difficult to get to those if you don't toe the line. So in general, for us, that would be the biggest obstacle to organizing more efficiently.
Thank
Internationally,
you. Yeah, I think we can. I think we can all agree that resources are a problem on the left, even if we're not in the same circumstances historically as Serbia. Finally, on this question, Paul, and then we're going to open it up to questions from the floor.
Yeah, I definitely say for us it is the rise of the populist right and far right, which is a recent political phenomenon in Ireland. During most of my political life, they just haven't been a force at all, but you can't escape international trends and processes forever, and over the last 3 or 4 years they have emerged. To give you an illustration of it, I mean, in the presidential election where Catherine Connolly won for the left, she got 63 point something %. There was a spoil the vote campaign run by far right, populist right, reactionary Catholic right forces, and I think 13% of people spoiled their vote, which is unprecedented. Obviously, they're not all people who are of the far right, but it shows they have an influence. Amongst young men, I think 35% spoiled their vote. And in the most hard-pressed working class communities, which is our historic base, in many boxes, or certainly a number of boxes, there were more spoiled votes than there were votes for Catherine Connolly. So they've gotten a foothold in working class communities that they didn't previously have. And that is a real challenge. I mean, we have a real challenge in terms of the threat of physical violence, of threats, in terms of when we're doing our elections, when we're doing our campaigning, that we now need to, in a way we never had to previously take into account, have a plan for, can't allow it to deter us. But then basically, you know, you've no choice. You have to deal with this, and effectively with a three-prong strategy. One is to confront the arguments and the mobilization of the far right. Two is to try and build broad, united fronts against the right and their ideas. But thirdly, and crucially, is to go and organise working class people on the issues that affect them day to day, and to then have to mobilise with people, to give people a sense of their own power, because these ideas take hold when people feel powerless, when they don't feel confident to look up at the people who are responsible for the housing crisis and the health crisis and all the rest, and instead these snake oil salesmen can come and say, no, the reason for your problems is this poor person living over here in a tent, you know, who has nothing. And so trying to mobilize people and deepen our roots in those working class communities, to have those conversations and to give people a sense of their power is crucial as well.
Thank you, Paul. Now we've got 7 minutes to go till lunch, so we're going to have time for one question per panelist, and I'm going to have to limit your answers to 1 minute each. So can I have a question for Lara in the first place? Any questions for Lara? Over there. On you go.
Hi. So you spoke quite a bit about pursuing a strategy of integrating into social movements. Do you think that there's a way whereby the party in its traditional form can kind of integrate with social movements to create a more total political strategy in terms of confronting the far right and fighting for socialism?
1 minute, please, Lara.
Well, that's a very complicated question, and I can speak of our experience and our goals in anti-capitalistas. That we think that right now we are like the electoral horizon is very far in the horizon. So we are not worrying so much about political mediation between parties and social movements as to strengthening social movements. Building a wider, like some other panelists have said, a wider resistance towards the rise of the far right, which is like the issue in our minds right now. That includes sometimes having strategical alliances with people who, as you know, some other person said, like still believe too much in the electoral processes right now.
Thank you, Lara. Sorry, I do have to crack the whip. Does anyone have a question for Eric? You at the front here? We'll get a mic to you. Yep.
Yeah. Mick Rice, Dunoon, Argyll and Butte. I was very interested, Eric, in what you said about the percentage vote increasing from around 2.5% for Die Linke to over 8% without you really being able to campaign more effectively. And would you see this as the crisis of capitalism pushing people, particularly working class people, to look for electoral alternatives and dumping the old parties? And would you see this as an international phenomenon that may also apply to Scotland?
Thanks, Eric. Thanks, Mick. Eric, you have 1 minute.
I don't need the 1 minute. Absolutely. Yes, entirely. I've seen it in many places before. I would 100% say that it was not our doing. It was mainly the fact that the contradictions of capitalism made it much harder to deny that what we were already saying was truly the case. And since then, the polls have gone even higher. If there were a re-election today, we would be possibly larger than Labour. So yes, I believe it will happen in Scotland. It will happen in England. It will happen in Wales. It will happen in Ireland. You shouldn't wait for it to happen, but you can count on it.
Thank you, Eric. Does anyone have a question for Marco? Lada, on you go. Yep.
In a spirit that we've been talking about the international solidarity, I'm myself an immigrant actually that's living in Scotland. I've been living here for 8 years now, and I'm looking at all the wonderful panelists from different countries. I'm wondering actually how could potentially the other parties from different countries uplift or even help movements in other places. For example, how, for example, your party or Die Linke or the Spanish left could potentially help Serbian left to uplift themselves. Because I myself, for example, immigrated for a better life due to political reasons.
Thank you. Marco, you have 1 minute.
Well, I think that the thing that will be most useful for us is to not allow your ruling classes to reproduce different kinds of narratives that concern Serbia that basically serve to keep Serbia constrained under the EU rule, basically. Because our issue here in Serbia is, besides the corrupt government, which is tightly bound with the structures of the European Union, is the European Union itself. And for us, we want leftists in other countries to recognize our struggle for sovereignty against the European Union, basically. Because currently the majority of people in Serbia no longer wish to continue the process of EU integration. And I don't think this fact is recognized enough because both the government and the opposition parties in Serbia do want to continue this neoliberal process, and we want your help to help us defend our position, not to take part in it any longer.
Thank you, Marco. And finally, can I have a question for Paul, please? All right, gentleman in the black hoodie at the back there. Yep.
Me?
You. Yes.
Thank you. Before I ask my question, can I just say what a pleasure it's been and a privilege it's been to be in this session with the 4 comrades from who've joined us internationally. We all, I think, I'm sure the comrades in Ireland as well, but perhaps all over the world were terrified and upset when last September Tommy Robinson managed to put together a demonstration of over 100,000 of the far right, joined by far right people from almost every country in Europe, to speak about the development of the extreme far right. We're also conscious, I think, that there have been 20 demonstrations in London in support of Palestine, which have had more than 100,000 people at them. And that itself is a huge social movement. So I'm wondering, from your experiences in Ireland, and we're trying to build a massive Together demonstration in London on the 28th of March, and the Palestinian movement is going to be involved in that, how we can, that could be the kind of locus that your party should be involved in for challenging the growth of the far right in Britain.
Thanks a lot. Yeah, I mean, in Ireland, I'd make the point that, like, over the past number of years, you've had anti-immigrant mobilization. Like you've had in Britain, you've had protests outside asylum centres for asylum seekers and refugees. You've had over 30 arson attacks on asylum centres. And there has been, like, mobilization on the right that has seen people turn out. But we've always emphasised the point that more people have turned out, significantly more people, over the past 2 years to protest against the genocide. And it's an important, factor in society is the progressive mobilization that has been taking place has actually prevented society drifting further to the right, because actually most people are horrified at what's happening around the world. An important just rider I would add to that is that, unfortunately, the Palestine movement has been huge in Ireland, but it hasn't been as big in the more hard-pressed working class communities. Unfortunately, it's been less big there, which is where the areas where the far right have their toehold. So Palestine is extremely important. The radicalization that's taken place around Palestine is the basis to build very substantial socialist parties as people look at the world and think, this is horrendous, this is what capitalism means. But we do need to match that with organising on the local issues, on the economic issues, on issues that can touch all of the different sections of the working class.
Thank you for that, Paul. And sorry, comrades, for eating 2 minutes into your lunchtime, but I hope you agree that that was worthwhile. I'm sure Paul will be milling about if you want to continue this conversation over lunch. We will be convening back here at 2 p.m. And I do hope at some point in the future, maybe we'll be able to welcome Marco, Eric, and Lara in person so that they can also benefit from these conversations with comrades here. Thanks all, and have a good lunch.
Hi everyone, we're just about to start the Scottish Palestine Solidarity Campaign event. Would you all come to the front please, because we've not got a huge audience. So I just wave to you when you change the screen, yeah? Okay, folks, could you come to the front, please, because we're just about to start. Okay. Right, first one. Yes, please. Morning, everybody. Sorry about this formality, but apparently we have to do this in order for the stream to pick it up. So this looks a little bit ridiculous with the numbers we have, but never mind. So first of all, my name's Ashley Pringle. I'm just an ordinary member of your party, Scotland, and an ordinary member of the Scottish Palestine Solidarity Campaign. My colleague here is a much more august person because she's the co-convener of the Scottish Palestine Solidarity Campaign, Sophia MacLeod. Having said that I'm just an ordinary member, I thought it might be interesting for you to hear the content of a letter that I got about a month ago from the office of the Glasgow Procurator Fiscal. It reads, "Dear Sir, case against you. You have been reported to me for allegedly committing the following offence. On the 16th of August 2025 at Buchanan Street, Glasgow, a contravention of the Terrorism Act 2000, section 13.1 as amended, relating to the wearing of an item of clothing or the wearing or carrying or displaying an article in such a way or in such circumstances as to arouse reasonable suspicion that you are a member or a supporter of a proscribed organisation. Consideration of this report shows that the evidence is sufficient in law to justify my bringing you before the court. I have decided, however, in all the circumstances of the present case, the public interest would be best served by offering a warning." So there we are. We see what point we've reached. What the offending article was actually was a sticker that simply said, "Support Palestine, time to take action." But what happened was I was stopped in the street, name and address taken, date of birth. At the point that I gave my date of birth, another officer came along and ended the proceedings. But 5 months later, I got that message. However, as I say, that's nothing compared to the work that the Scottish Palestine Solidarity Campaign have been doing. Amongst these things, they have had several members spending quite a lot of time in the West Bank, helping with protests, helping the Palestinians in the West Bank, and putting themselves on the front line. So this just tells you some of the things that they've been doing. They also picket banks and other commercial institutions that have links with the Israeli government, and have ended up, quite a few of them, in court several times. So, you know, these are a serious bunch of people doing fantastic work. The Palestine solidarity movement itself is vast, worldwide, and sustained. I think there's a good argument for saying that it is, in fact, the most effective left movement in the world. If you think about all the countries that have participated in demonstrations, if you think about the sheer number that turn out time after time in London, in Glasgow, in Edinburgh, and around the world, it's quite clear that something significant has taken off here. There's quite a lot of common ground between your party, Scotland, and the SPSC, and what this talk is really about is trying to see how we can strengthen those links and formalize them and make them most effective. We're all committed, both committed to anti-imperialism, anti-capitalism, anti-militarism, and support for self-determination. These are key planks in our political program, and certainly they're the essence of what the SPSC stands for. So I think it's fair to say that Palestine is the defining issue of our age. Why do I say that? I think because it has revealed, as nothing else has, until the Epstein files came along, the nature of capitalism, the duplicity of our leaders, the cynicism and ruthlessness with which they operate, and their willingness to simply barefacedly lie and turn truth on its head. This applies to governments across the West, of course, but it particularly applies to the government in the UK. Yeah, okay, cheers. So, just to run through quickly the nature of the genocide, just to remind ourselves. The IDF, since October the 7th, 2023, has killed over 70,000 Palestinians, wounded 150,000, and 11,000 others are missing. So the number is almost certainly a great underestimate. At least half of those killed were women and children. 83% were civilians. This is unprecedented in any conflict in history. Israeli F-35 fighters have bombed homes, refugee camps, and safe rooms. They are completely unprincipled and contrary to international law. Israel's campaign has collapsed the health system, resulting in infant deaths and skyrocketing miscarriage rates, while medical supplies have been blocked. Starvation's widespread, farmers are barred from their land, crops destroyed, attacks have been made on rural communities, and over 2,000 Palestinians have been killed at food distribution points. Obviously a peaceful activity. The education system has been decimated, 90% of Gaza's schools are damaged or destroyed, and many have been bombed while sheltering displaced families. Journalists have been targeted. 250 plus have been killed since October 2023. Gaza has been the deadliest place for the media ever. But it doesn't stop there. It doesn't stop with Gaza. In the West Bank, we see a classic example of settler colonialism. Since in August 2025, the Israeli government approved building more than 3,000 homes on Palestinian land just outside Jerusalem. In December, Israel's Security Cabinet approved 19 new settlements in the occupied West Bank. Now, when we say settlements, we're not talking about individual properties. We're talking about anything from a farmstead to a village, and in fact, there are 4 of them designated cities, one of them with a population of 87,000. So we're talking about settlements that are big enough to be the 5th largest city in Scotland. And 700,000 or more settlers currently live in 160 separate settlements in the West Bank. Last week I attended an event, a brilliant event held by the SPSC in Edinburgh, at which we considered a book by Cy Englert which is called Settler Colonialism, an Introduction. I had the pleasure of reviewing that book, and the review appears on the SPSC website. But what he says, I think, has particular resonance for YPS, Your Party Scotland members. Only through sustained struggle, through the building of practical solidarities in action, through principled grassroots organising, can alternatives take shape, grow and emerge as viable challenges to the power of states and capital. An excellent summary, I think, of the nature of the Palestine Solidarity Campaign and what its objectives should be. And I would like to think that Your Party Scotland has this in mind when it's shaping its own foreign policies. This is a statement from the SPSC, which I think makes it clear the SPSC has an objective in mind. Peace can only be achieved through equality, justice and freedom for Palestinians, an end to the occupation of Arab lands, full equality for all Palestinian citizens of Israel, and respect the right of refugees to return. This requires the complete dismantling of the Zionist regime of settler colonialism and apartheid. Later, the SPSC goes on to say that the so-called two-state solution, which most Western governments have promoted, is a nonsense. And it's even more so now when you consider the level of settlement, the level of settler colonialism that's going on throughout the West Bank. Only this solution has any chance of working. We've gone past the point where there was any credibility to the so-called two-state solution. I'll move on after that. Yeah, okay, sorry. The other thing is, I mentioned that this was an anti-capitalist movement. So just to pick a few points out of this, it's a system that feeds on the destruction of its own social and ecological foundations, including human life itself. Between 2020 and 2024, the US Pentagon awarded $2.4 trillion in contracts, 54% of its total discretionary spending to private firms. So this is defense spending on an absolutely massive scale. It's what keeps the military-industrial complex, it's what keeps capitalism itself going. So you can understand that surplus populations, as they regard the Palestinians, are just part of this whole process of keeping the capitalist system going. I'll just take you through to the last bullet point there, because this is another way in which the economic foundations of capitalism are intimately entwined with the genocide that's going on in Gaza. Today's AI targeting devices that maximize death and destruction in Gaza will tomorrow morning power up the Amazon or Google or Microsoft algorithms, which make us buy stuff and we neither need nor want, which poison our conversations in our social media, that drive increasingly dispossessed proletarians, drivers, nurses, and warehouse workers. That's a comment made by Yanis Varoufakis. And I think we see there in neatly encapsulated terms why it is right to say that Palestine is the central issue of our age, the central issue for socialists, and I would hope the central issue for Your Party Scotland. The only thing delaying these plans is the presence of Palestinians in Gaza. Occupied Palestinian territories hold significant oil and natural gas reserves. The Israeli government licenses transitional energy companies for gas and oil exploration off Gaza's coast in 2024. Real estate companies advise for the construction of luxury homes in bombed out Gaza neighborhoods. This is before the Trump plan. And the Ben Gurion Canal project, linking the Mediterranean with the Red Sea, an alternative to the Suez Canal, which would be controlled by the Israelis, is actually an instrument of dispossession because it starts in Gaza and crosses numerous sites in which Palestinian communities reside. And of course, we've also got Trump's Gaza reconstruction, economic and acceleration transformation plan, which you've all seen, this turbo-capitalist development of property, of high-cost property on the Gaza site. So, conclusion. What I'm hoping we get out of this is a mutual affiliation between the Scottish Scottish Palestine Solidarity Campaign and your party Scotland. It is possible to affiliate formally to the SPSC, to your party Scotland. No, I've got that wrong way around, sorry. It's possible to affiliate to the SPSC, and I hope that your party Scotland will decide to do that. I think what we also need is to place the centrality of the Palestinian struggle in your party Scotland's political work. I mean, if we are going to be an independent party, an independent Scotland, we need to have a serious foreign policy. And I think that the Palestinian struggle, which is by no means near resolution, should be at the centre of that. I hope that your party Scotland will be involved in the kind of Palestinian activism we've been talking about, including all the protest marches. I hope that your party Scotland will be an active, visible presence there, and that we should hold joint events and publications to reaffirm the partnership. And above all, I think that your party Scotland should develop its own strategy, aims, and position regarding Palestine. Finally, I'll just finish with these two quotations from Pankaj Mishra in his brilliant book, The World After Gaza. In the East as well as the West, the global North and the global South, we have been called to fresh struggles for freedom, equality and dignity, and to create a world with less misery. But it is Gaza that has pushed many to a genuine reckoning with the deep miseries of their societies. In their indifference to career advancement and their challenge to the establishment either to reform itself or to crush them, the protesters have demonstrated an uncommon kind of courage. Refusing complicity with corrupted institutions, they've expressed a necessary faith in the human capacity to resist thuggish authority and to recognize and empathize with the powerless in any situation. I think that's a really good description of what the SPSC does. And I hope that we can take that forward in partnership with your party Scotland. Thank you. I'll now pass over to Sophia.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Ashley. I'm very conscious of the time before delegates start coming in and continuing your conference here. I'll be very brief, and then I will be in the hall, and you can contact me as well. I hope you will, if you'd like to discuss further the different issues. I guess I wanted to just emphasize, right, what we've all seen over the last couple of years, even though we know the situation in Palestine is a result of decades of the settler colonialism of the Zionist movement. But what we have seen, not new to the Palestinians and perhaps to those who have been involved prior to the start of the genocide, is pretty much total support for Israel, total complicity in one way or another from the establishment, right, to elite in terms of government, institutions, corporations, whether that is the British government continuing arms sales to Israel, giving political cover to Israel, diplomatic support, not recognizing that there is actually a genocide going on. We see business as usual, corporations doing business with Israel, and of course arms companies again. They always make a killing at times of war, and certainly over the genocide there's been another surge in their profits. We also have seen institutions, and I'm sure some of you here will know of examples as well, whether that's children in schools being reported by their teachers, by their schools to prevent, whether that is police turning up on doorsteps when a child has tweeted from the river to the sea. Cage International actually did a report on this a year and a half ago, I think, about the repression, the censorship of children and students. And we've seen that in the universities as well. In the NHS, doctors being reported, having to go through a disciplinary procedure. So this is what we've all seen, and on the back of that is the repression as well. What we've just talked about in terms of censorship, but also even before the prescription of Palestine action, arrests at demonstrations. Police, even in Scotland, being quite brutal with demonstrators, whether that's demonstrations at arms factories or peaceful. Sit-downs where they break a leg of a Palestinian supporter. And now we're seeing in the last few weeks, when the government is now, the police actually, this is interesting, the police deciding that they should be arresting people for using words like globalize the intifada. There's an interesting statement from the Met Police where they say they have decided, without any law being in place, that these arrests should take place. So I think, and that's part and parcel. It's nothing new to the Palestine Solidarity Movement. When our governments are involved in selling weapons, involved in war, repression, genocide abroad, they also have to deal with opposition back at home. And we've seen this in relation to other movements, whether it's the Vietnam War, or the anti-apartheid movement. But, and of course there's been the prescription and the follow-up, people who have been demonstrating, opposing the prescription, supporting the right of free speech, the right to protest. And we now see over 2,500 people arrested and charged under the Terrorism Act. And some of them have been offered fines, like £50 fines, right? This is supposed to be a charge. You're supposed to be a terrorist. You're supposed to be charged under the Terrorism Act. And there's the state offering you a £50 fine or a warning. So you can see, and actually we actually do see some worried voices within the establishment to say, look, this is not right. People should be fearing these anti-terror laws, not making a mockery out of it. But we also see the war. It's already been mentioned, and I won't go through it because you'll all have seen and known, Trump and that drive, the rise of the far right, the so-called border peace. Because what Gaza showed us, what Israel showed us, is that after so many years of not being held accountable, they have not been held accountable. They have been allowed by the West, by our governments, by the UN institutions to just pretty much demolish the framework, any kind of norms of human rights, of adhering to international law. Now we do know before the genocide that the system wasn't a fair system, but even even then there was something there, and we can see that kind of falling apart as well. So I'll be very quick. And I'll mention one of the institutions that's complicit is, of course, the the JNF, the Jewish National Fund, that has charity status here. I've got leaflets here about the JNF as well. Please take them away, because today you may have heard we've submitted a complaint to Oscar about it. I see people streaming in, so I'll just finish, I guess, to say, look, you know, all these people, millions of people around the world. In the previous session, there was a question about it in reference to all these people that have come out in the streets who have been educated, as Palestinians have done over the decades, right? What they do, and the reason why I'm involved, is they give us an education about the system under which we all live. This is the lesson that Palestinians have always tried to teach us, and I think especially these last 2 years, that message has reached so many more people. So there's a lot of work that we can do, and I think for those people who have been mobilized to come out on the streets on the issue of Palestine, they understand much better those issues, and so really open to having these kind of discussions, you know, to the issues that your party are involved in, to what kind of future, what kind of system do we want to live in. It's about, Cy Englert last weekend said, look, this is about democracy, right? If you're tackling settler colonialism, you have to understand what that is, where that comes from, but ultimately it's about democracy, where our money goes, who we support, you know, do we support corporations, arms sales? It's all about that. But just to say, the Palestine Solidarity Movement also needs your involvement. We need socialists, we need trade unionists, we need people who understand the power that we have when we act collectively, when we come together, when we share our politics and we build the movement to become a strong movement to actually challenge not just Israeli settler colonialism, Western interests around the world, but racism here at home, inequality. If Keir Starmer and our government is capable of standing by and being indifferent to the bodies of children, of men, women being blown to pieces in such a stark way, they are capable of anything, and we know that. You look at poverty here, you look at the situation here, they are capable of anything. So please, I'll finish there. Please become a member of SPSE. I've got join cards here. Go back to your branches, affiliate to SPSE, invite us as a speaker, we can have proper discussions and a little bit more time, but also become an apartheid-free zone. Support the boycott, divestment and sanctions campaign, and that means, you know, a really simple thing you can do is sign up your branch to become an apartheid-free zone, which is really a declaration that you support BDS and the 3 demands for freedom, equality and justice for the Palestinian people. Thanks very much.
Est-ce que ça marche? Is it on? Yes. Hi everyone, welcome back. Please sit down if you are still standing up. We're going to move on to option 5 of the Constitution. My name is Mathilde. I am part of the conference organizing group, and I'm delighted to be here. And Owen will introduce option 5.
So obviously I introduced this before the break, folks, but it was quite a long break, so I just thought it was worth reiterating how this is going to work. So option 5 is the choice between either a single leader and a co-leader, so some kind of directly elected leader, or a collective leadership. So what we'll be doing first is going for option A, which is a leader, a co-leader, so directly elected leaders, versus collective leadership, which is option B. Depending on how we vote on that, we will then move on to voting on option A1 or A2. So first of all, we'll be voting on elected leader versus collective leadership, and then depending on the outcome of that, we'll then go on to the second part. Does that all make sense to everybody? Brilliant. Cheers. Let's get on with it then.
The vote will be open until 4. Do we have any questions? So I think our first speaker is Steve, who will be on the stage very soon. And Steve will speak in favor of B. So are they coming? Yep. We need to. Yeah. Yeah.
Right, conference. Steve West, a member of Edinburgh Your Party Proto Branch and also a member of Leaf Branch, speaking in favour of option B. Let's put the problems of the last 6 months behind us and move forward in a cohesive manner that the working class desperately needs. We need our party to work. Leadership, therefore, needs to be effective. It needs to be clear to everyone why the party is making certain decisions at various points, both in terms of what our basic positions are on long-standing issues, but also to be able to react to events that may occur in the outside world. In making decisions about how we move forward at any particular point between conferences, we need a culture of open, democratic discussion, camaraderie argument, and voting. And that is how we can resolve in a healthy way any political disagreements that we have. And to have the maximum democracy, every member of the party needs to have the opportunity to contribute to that ongoing leadership. I think it would be a mistake to have just one leader or even 2 leaders. Democratic leadership needs to be owned by everyone in the party. But of the other 2 options, I much prefer 2 leaders rather than 1, in part because that will allow gender balance, which we should be aiming for in everything we do. However, I'm in favour of collective leadership. That leadership model is better than other parties. We can be and we should be more democratic than other parties. Of course, it needs to be effective, so we need to have an efficient method of consulting all members as and when needed. I believe the technology we have now allows us to do that. UK-wide, we've seen media coverage focusing on infighting because those who are seen to be in the leadership.
That's your time up.
So I think that has done us a lot of damage. I strongly believe that leadership by the membership as a whole is an antidote.
Thank you very much.
Vote for option B.
Thank you. Our next speaker in favour of option A is Morgan Lewis Wilson. And just a gentle reminder that you can speak for 2 minutes.
Hello, friends, comrades, and acquaintances. I'm Morgan. I'm the national chairperson of the Scottish Socialist Youth, and I'm a member of your party in Edinburgh. I'm also a communications and training officer for a harm reduction charity for drugs. I'm here to speak in favour of option A, and specifically option A1 for a single leader. I think that we, in a time of media fetish for simple narratives, need to have a clear and unified message, and that involves having a single leader. If we look at the example of how your party has been portrayed in the media, we've been portrayed as having absolutely no direction, people who are squabbling, people who can't agree on anything, and this contributes to the stigma of the left that we have no idea what we're doing. Well, comrades, I think we do. And I think we need to elect a leadership that is clear in its direction. I think we need to have a reputation as being decisive, and I think we can do that by having a simple narrative. I would also say that regardless of what we do, the media will choose for us who our single leader is. Do we want to elect that person, or do we want that to be decided for us? And comrades, I would finish by saying that I would personally love for us to have a leader who is a woman. And I think there's a tendency that when we have co-leaders, that men take the limelight. So instead of forcing that divide and allowing a man to take control of your party, we instead decisively choose a female leader. Thank you.
Thank you, Morgan. Our next speaker from the floor in favour of option B is Sam Osek. I hope I'm pronouncing your name right. Can we have a microphone? Yeah, great.
Hi, conference. I want to argue in favor of option B. I think it can lead to a much more democratic party, and I disagree with the previous speaker that a single leader will necessarily mean that the media will try to start to portray us better. I think, with how media portrays the party down south and UK wide, it's not because there isn't a single leader, it's because they're trying to find something they can criticize us for. And even if we have a single leader and a single vision, they will still find something else. With a collective leadership, we have much more control of the organization, of the political path we're taking as a party. And I think, it's pretty clear in the room that we want to have this ownership of this party, or we wouldn't be here as delegates. I also don't think that having a collective leadership doesn't mean we cannot have a focus, a single vision. It doesn't mean that. It just means that ordinary members have their say, and there is much more democratic process of choosing who is the leading person, who is the chairperson, who is the spokesperson, and everyone gets their say in how the party organize and how we take our fight forward.
Thank you very much, Sam. Our next speaker in favour of option A is Josh Parsonage.
Good afternoon, conference. My name is Josh. I'm a member of your party, Forth Valley, and the Scottish Socialist Youth. I have two key points that I would like to make in support of a single elected leadership. The first is the electoral necessity of such a model. We live in an era of presidential politics. It is no coincidence that the most successful political parties and movements of our time have at their helm a charismatic communicator who can resonate with the people and the communities that they seek to represent. Take the example of Zach Polanski down south. The impact of a single person has totally transformed both the character and the success of the English Green Party. How can we not learn from that? Secondly, a direct leadership election acts as something of a referenda. It is a rolling democratic opportunity for the membership to decidedly shape the political direction of our party and the very essence of its message. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We've got time for one more joining us from online. Emma Jane. In favour of option B.
Emma Jane speaking. I'm unsure if you can see me. Can you hear me okay, and can you see me?
We can hear you, Emma Jane, yeah.
That's fine. Hello conference, I'm Emma Jane Park. I'm from Dumfries and Galloway, and I also organise with Your Party Glasgow. And conference, when 850,000 people registered interest in joining Your Party last year, it was because of the promise of a new kind of politics. And we all have a long way to go in learning how to practice any new kind of politics. But collectivism is exactly what we must learn. As shown clearly by the current CEC elections, a singular candidate model cannot even get a woman through the endorsement stage, let alone candidates who reflect the full, beautiful diversity of our communities. And co-leadership creates the same binary limitations. Heroic, singular, self-identified leaders, even with the best of intentions, are not enough to change our crumbling society. Lasting progress will only come from a strong, resilient movement that distributes power and ensures accountability at all levels. And believe it or not, collective leadership is a tried and tested effective practice. It's just often commonly less understood or experienced because of how it threatens the status quo. And to begin with, it will feel difficult because it demands exactly what the political status quo chooses to ignore: listening, negotiation, trust, and letting go of the illusion that one person can unite us all. And crucially, collective leadership makes accountability structural. Learning will replace scapegoating, and debate becomes a way to move forward rather than a platform for distracting infighting and factionalism. Collectivism is the only way to create vital space for those too often excluded, ensuring they can not only participate fully, but one day lead. So please don't just vote for collective leadership, commit to learning how to make it work, because the resistance you might feel to it is often just the fear of change. And that is a change that the most vulnerable are relying on all of us to deliver today, because we don't have time to waste.
Thanks, EJ, and thanks to the dog that was in the background as well. I spoke too soon. We have one last person. Actually, it's perfect because he's going to be speaking in favour of option A, so we'll have had 3 A's and 3 B's. Douglas Carr. Thank you. And then the voting will be open at the end of Douglas's speech. Thank you.
Hi, so I'm Douglas Carr. I don't want to entirely disagree with what Emma Jane just said. Some of what she said made a lot of sense. But there is also the fact that this is a political party that will be trying to lead. And Holyrood, just like Westminster, has one spot at the top. There can only be one First Minister, so sooner or later someone is going to be picked to lead. Surely that should be someone picked by the party. Yeah.
Thank you very much. hang on, we have a... So the way it's going to go, we're going to vote for the first part of option 5, and voting will be open soon. I'm just waiting for the green light. And after this, once the voting is open for option 5, well, the first part of option 5, and we will have a second part if option A is voted. We are going to move on to the standing orders, and I'm going to ask Ellie to come and introduce the standing orders. And I'll let you know when voting is open. Open!
That was good timing. Yeah, hi everyone, it's me again, sorry. So I'm just going to introduce the standing orders document, which we're going to be looking at a few different options to now. Truthfully, standing orders is one of those documents that you can just get a bit bogged down in. It's kind of some of the sort of nitty-gritty, some of the detail that you get in the standing orders, where the Constitution is kind of like the big overarching things. The standing orders really does get into the detail, and sometimes it can be a bit of a tricky document to navigate. We hope that it's relatively self-explanatory in terms of most of the points in it. There were some really interesting changes that came out as a result of the online assemblies, in particular looking at the organisation of conference and making sure that things like sustainability, workers' rights and accessibility were key aspects of the organisation of conference. Removing the option of first past the post being part of our party elections. Changing the term limits for local officer positions from 2 consecutive terms to 3, and added the ability for SEC to provide dispensation from this limit. A wee section around how agreed policy is stored and made accessible to members, and explaining the process where local and national policy conflict with each other and what happens in those circumstances. So we're going to go through some of the options this afternoon on here. Specifically, we're going to look at within party elections, what voting system should be used. Like I say, we've got rid of first past the post as an option because everyone was like, no, we're not doing that, and that's absolutely fine. But we are going to decide whether we want to use STV or STAR, and Fred is going to come on in a moment and explain a little bit more about what those voting options mean, because most people probably don't know, and I think that's normal and right. We're also going to have a wee look at whether or not we should have seconders for candidates for public office. We're going to have a wee look at term limits as well, more broadly within the party, both for public office holders and party office holders. Party policy development and how that should be Parliament elections, should we choose to stand in those. Now, we've got a decision to make tomorrow as to whether we are going to put forward candidates for that election. So that's why we're going to have the discussion on that tomorrow once we've made that decision, because if we decide not to stand candidates, then that section is slightly different perhaps. So yeah, happy to take any questions about the standing orders overall, and then we'll have a wee look at some of the specific options. Thanks.
So far we have nobody speaking for option 1, 2 and 3. We have 3 people. Anne wanted to. So that reveals you the 3 people that are speaking so far. That was it.
Any questions? All good? Okay, great, perfect.
So Fred, if you want to come and introduce option 1.
Thank you, comrades. Fred Baer, your party Aberdeen. So, single transferable vote, or STV, should hopefully ring a bell. That's what we use for local elections, council elections here in Scotland. So the way that that works is you rank the candidates in order of preference. Score voting is where you assign each candidate a score, and the key difference from ranked voting is that you can, for example, assign multiple candidates the same score. So if you believe that, you know, there's one outstanding candidate that you want to score, say 5 out of 5, if that's the number being used, and a bunch of mediocre ones that you can't really decide between, and you give them a 3, so you don't have to make kind of an arbitrary decision between one candidate or another if you genuinely feel the same way about them. So in terms of the kind of advantages and drawbacks of both systems, single transferable vote is generally pretty good. It does still have a tendency to encourage tactical voting. So although by ranking candidates you can make your votes lower down count, there is still the consideration of, do you want to give a kind of marginal candidate your top rank to make sure they make it through to the next round? And so it can still encourage people to not vote the way that they actually feel. That is solved by star voting. A drawback for star voting is that it tends to kind of favour unity candidates, for a lack of a better term. And apologies, I've just realised I skipped from score to star. So what's the difference between score and star? Score voting is you score all of the candidates. Star stands for score, then automatic runoff. So it's kind of a mixture between score voting and single transferable vote, in that you score all the candidates, you rank them by the total scores that they get, and then the top 2 candidates, so this is for a single winner election. So for example, if we end up voting for having one person per region on the SEC, then this would be done this way. And you rank the candidates by score, and the top 2 candidates, you see which one of them got more higher preference votes. In other words, you see which one is kind of the more popular one as to which one just got kind of a lot of people saying that they're fine, if that makes sense. So for score voting, one of the issues is, and I'm going to try and illustrate this, bear with me. Let's say you have 100 voters, and 50 voters think candidate A is great, 50 voters think candidate B is great, and all of the voters agree that candidate C is fine. So they give candidate A and B a score of 5, and they give candidate C a score of 3. If you do the maths, then candidates A and B end up with scores of 250 each, and candidate C, which everyone just thinks is fine, ends up with 300 votes and wins. So it encourages a kind of unity candidate, like I say, you know, a kind of bit more of a consensus. And then star, for these single winner elections, tries to address that a bit by making them go up against each other at the end and see who got more of the higher preference votes. So I hope that kind of makes sense. I am happy to answer questions, because I realise this is kind of an arcane bit of political theory. So if anything doesn't make sense, or if you want to know anything else, I'm happy to take questions.
We've got a question at the back there. Oh, that's point of order, or technical.
Hi, so I found that very confusing, to be honest. There were a lot of numbers. I don't think it's very accessible. Is there any way we could get something up on the screen, like something a little bit more visual?
Okay, there is actually a great explainer video on YouTube, and I'm going to look at my technical colleagues. Would it be possible to pull something up on YouTube if I... Okay, yeah. Bear with me, folks, and we'll get a visual aid.
Okay, we still don't have anyone to discuss option 1, but do we have any questions about option 1? Can't see. This is blinding, by the way. Ellie, are you introducing option 2? Yeah? What is... We're going to try and put a video on to explain.
Work. How does star voting work? STAR stands for Score, Then Automatic Runoff. And that's exactly how it works. Just give your favorite 5 stars, give your least favorite 0, and score the others as you like. With STAR, it's easy to show your preference order and also your level of support for each candidate. It's safe to vote your conscience, and you don't have to worry about voting for the lesser of two evils or wasting your vote. Now let's see how the ballots are counted. Here's the first ballot. This voter gave 3 stars to Abby, 4 stars to Ben, 0 stars to Carmen, and 5 stars to DeAndre. Here's the second ballot. Note that this voter gave Abby and DeAndre the same score, which is permitted in star voting. We'll add these stars to the total, and we'll continue adding up the scores until all the ballots are counted. The 2 highest scoring candidates are finalists. The remaining candidates are out of the running. Now it's time for the second round of tabulation, the automatic runoff. Each ballot counts as 1 vote for the finalist each voter preferred. Let's see how many people preferred Carmen over DeAndre and vice versa. This voter preferred DeAndre to Carmen, so this vote goes to DeAndre. This voter also preferred DeAndre to Carmen. Note that their favorite candidate was Abby, but she didn't make it to the runoff round. Even though this voter's favorite couldn't win, their vote still makes a difference, and goes to the finalist they preferred, DeAndre. This voter gave both DeAndre and Carmen 5 stars, indicating that they like both equally. Since this voter would be equally happy with either, this ballot is counted as a vote of no preference. This voter preferred Carmen to DeAndre, so this vote goes to Carmen. And the last voter preferred DeAndre to Carmen, so this vote goes to DeAndre. Regardless of the scores given, each ballot ultimately counts as 1 vote. DeAndre wins. DeAndre was in the top 2 highest scoring candidates, and he had the greatest number of voters prefer him over Carmen. Star voting measured how strongly voters liked DeAndre, and also how many voters supported him. So to recap, STAR stands for Score, Then Automatic Runoff, and that's exactly how it works. Voters fill out the ballot on a 0 to 5 star scale. The 2 candidates with the most stars advance to the automatic runoff. The candidate preferred by the most voters wins. Now that you know how it works, want to try out star voting for yourself? Create your own star voting polls at star.vote. And to learn more, donate, or volunteer, go to starvoting.us.
Was that more useful than me blethering on? I hope so. Does anyone have any questions?
Or burning desire to debate?
I was waiting to be called by the chair. Yeah, I suppose the questions on feasibility, obviously, does the website that the National Party currently runs, is there feasibility within that to run this electoral cycle? I mean, hands on the table, I have a degree in political science. I've never heard of this. It seems great. I wonder are we actually going to be able to run elections that way? And if we don't do it, what kind of external parties are we able to use the software for to do this system?
Okay, so no, the party platform can't do this, to be honest. I'm not 100% sure whether the party platform can do STV either. You know, I mean, plenty of organisations rely on external services to do this kind of counting. I will say that actually STAR is kind of easier to do yourself because you're just counting scores. STV, as you'll be aware, can be quite mathematically complicated, and so you kind of need a pre-made solution for that, whereas counting scores and then doing a runoff is a bit simpler. But yeah, in a nutshell, it's likely that either way we go, we might need to purchase an external solution. Yeah.
We actually have people to debate. Or do we have? Yeah, sorry. I have a question there.
What would happen? Oh, what would happen if the no preference got more than either of the two candidates? Has that happened, and what are the procedures for that?
So with any sufficiently large number of voters, it's unlikely in any voting system to end up with a kind of exact even result. STV in theory has the exact same problem. Like, let's say you've got half of people ranking candidates in one direction and the other half ranking them the exact opposite direction. It's quite unlikely as long as you've got enough people voting.
Do we have any? Yeah, we have one question here. Thanks, Eve.
Thanks a lot. Oh yeah, I was just thinking that you know, the two candidates that make it through, then why shouldn't they be able to talk at hustings to, you know, to win the vote, rather than just being electronic?
So the idea behind the automatic runoff is that because you'll have already had a full election campaign beforehand, people will have watched the hustings, will have heard from all the candidates, people will know their relative opinions of candidates relative to each other. So that's why you do the runoff automatically at the end, to kind of save yourself the time and effort and money of running a second round of elections.
Do we have any other questions? No? So I'm going to call Paul Mason for option A.
Hello, conference. I'm Paul Mason, he, him, from Glasgow Proto Branch. I had never actually witnessed this star voting before, so that was very educational. As a political nerd, otherwise I wouldn't be here on the stage talking for STV, but yeah. I think STV is what we should go for. There's a simple argument in that most people here will have voted in a council election and understand STV and how it works. It is very complex in how it's calculated, but it's very well understood how the voting mechanism works. For me, I found it's the principles within, you look at kind of documentation on that, it's almost like the gold standard for how we proportionally elect people. And from looking at the star system as well, you saw there in the evidence that even if someone, say, gets through to the final round, they're collecting votes that are at the very least marginal, which is then pushing them ahead of the other candidate. When you get to STV, when it goes through the rounds, you're then rewarding people with votes that maybe it was a marginal decision between one or the other on each round. So I think that STV is a great system and we should use it. It's also very easy to get access to systems online that would then allow us to run it, getting hold of tools and that. It's not a weird system that many of the providers would not know. So I think you should consider STV. Thank you.
Thanks, Paul. Can we now have, for the same option, RG from the floor?
Hello, conference. RG here, he, him. Also Glasgow Proto Branch, which I understand feels a little premeditated, but I promise it's not. I would like to also speak in favor of STV with maybe slightly less technical arguments. Two reasons. I think simple voting systems are better. I understand the urge to improve democracy by improving the voting system, but that reaches a certain level of threshold. If we need to watch a YouTube video in order to understand the system, in order to choose the system, we also need to watch a YouTube video in order to vote based on the system, I feel. That's one aspect. The second aspect, which may be a little more nebulous, but I do feel like there is for better or worse, a very strong emotional component under our present capitalist system in ranking fellow humans, because we're used to ranking our Uber drivers, ranking our whoever, you understand what I mean? I think I would personally have a very hard time ranking a comrade as 0 out of 5, because I don't, that's not how I feel about them, and I'm sure other people will have the same problem. So I would like to come out strongly in favor of STV. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Any questions before we move on to option B? Option 2, sorry. No. So I think we can launch the vote for option 1. Ellie, do you want to come back on stage to introduce option 2? Thank you.
Yes, so hopefully this one is a lot simpler to understand. So option 2 is just a matter of whether or not candidates for public office should require 20 seconders in order to be able to stand, or whether they should be able to stand unimpeded. Hopefully no YouTube videos required for that one.
Do we have any questions? No? So Niall Christie is going to come and speak in favor of option A.
Afternoon, comrades. My name's Niall. I'm from Dundee originally, but I'm a member of Glasgow Proto Branch. I'm speaking in favour of option A. If you'd told me 2 weeks ago that I was doing this, I would have been surprised. Mainly because I think that generally local members know best, and I think that they should have the full choice for who they nominate. I do think, though, that given the Scottish parliamentary system, and we might be picking candidates for lists on a regional basis, we saw with the CEC election that there were a number of people, largely who weren't in the Central Belt, who weren't able to get the kind of required nominations to get onto the ballot. I think in thinking about the south of Scotland, thinking about the Highlands and Islands, thinking about more rural regions within the Scottish Parliament system, we want people who represent the entirety of those regions. We don't necessarily want somebody who lives in a large area and can get the votes. We might want them, but the decision should actually lie with people in the region. So we're not suggesting that they should be allowed to run on that basis. They should just be allowed to be picked by their members. So I'm surprised I'm standing here, because this is my own mind has been changed on this recently. But I do think that as someone in Glasgow who has access to a lot of people, a lot of members, because we have a very active branch, we have other people in other parts of Scotland who aren't as lucky as that, and I think we should think about them when we vote here. Thanks.
Thanks a lot, Niall. Any questions? No? So, yeah. Technical. Can we have a mic, please? Thank you. Thanks.
Hello, right. I'm just trying to bring up the relevant thing on option 2. There's a grammatical error, basically a cut and paste error on 348A. All members in good standing, and then who is a member of good standing? So it should be all members in good standing shall be able to stand. There we are.
Yes, we are aware of that, and we can get it fixed. If anyone notices any other grammatical errors, please just come over and speak to one of us. It doesn't need to be raised as a technical point in the hall. Thanks.
Yeah. If we don't have any questions or grammatical errors on option 2, then we can open the vote for option 2 and move on to option 3. Ellie, sorry, I'm making you run up and down the stage. Thank you.
Sorry, you're going to be sick of me by the end of this weekend. Okay, so option 3 is the one on term limits. Again, hopefully relatively self-explanatory. So this is about public and party, whether that's national or regional party office. So the option A is to have term limits. It says an individual party member may not have hold the same public office or national or regional party office position for more than 2 consecutive terms, and may not stand for or return to that same position before 2 of that office's terms have completed. So in other words, you'd have to have a 2-term break away before you'd be able to stand again. If that member is in what's deemed a leadership position, then essentially that is paused. This is basically the same as what is currently in the UK party standing orders. The one thing that was added actually as a result of one of the online assemblies was that the term limit would be able to be overridden by a 2/3 majority of members at a meeting of the relevant branch in advance of that election. Hopefully, as I say, relatively self-explanatory. A is for term limits, B is to not have term limits. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Ellie, do we have any questions? Dan, if you're ready to come and speak about option A. Speech, sorry.
Thanks very much, Dan Hutchinson, Glasgow, Proto Branch. Yeah, I think option A is certainly a preference for me. I think we've been talking all day about how we do politics differently, how we do politics better. I think for me, one of the, in my experience as a public office holder, is the sheer amount of people who have been in Glasgow City Chambers for decades and do no work. And that absolutely isn't a situation that we want to get to. And I think having the standard is that being a politician isn't a career, I think is the statement that we'd be making with these term limits. You absolutely will have politicians who your local branch wants to continue, that wants to go over those. And I think that's acceptable with 353, that the branch can make the decision to allow you to continue if you want. But the standard is an expectation that there is only the 2 terms that you do. I think that is doing politics differently, and I think that would serve us well in the future. Thank you.
Thanks, Dan. No? So that's option. Give us a minute, thank you. We have another speaker for another speech online, Ed Conroy.
Question,
Jim, sorry.
I think.
Yeah, how long's a term?
Yeah, so my understanding is that a term is it's the period for which that person was initially elected. So if they were initially elected for a 2-year term, then the term would be 2 years. If it was, for example, for public office, MSPs, councillors, that would be 5 years. Yeah, that's my understanding.
So he's on.
Sorry, I thought this was for people holding office within our party. So if you elect, say, a party, a branch secretary, a branch treasurer, or whatever, is the term 1 year, or is it every AGM
Yeah,
Yeah.
it varies from position to position. I think it says elsewhere in the, sorry, I'm just getting it up on the standing orders. I believe, yeah, so local party officers shall serve a cyclical term of 12 months, after which all local party officer positions shall be up for re-election. So for the most part, that's 3.2.7. So for the most part, I think it's 12 months. I think that's the same for things like the SEC as well. I think I need to check the constitution in terms of leadership, but it is all specified in the relevant document. So if you just have a wee read through, and it does set out what a term is for each of the relevant positions that are laid out.
Thanks, Ellie. Do we have any other questions before our next speech? No? So online, Ed Conroy, and before you come on, can you be more specific about which outcome, because we don't have A2, so it's you're speaking in favor of A or B. So before you come on, Ed, can you please just clarify which outcome you're in favor of? Thank you.
I'd love to describe which one I'm in favour of. Largely, I am in favour of this, of A. My only concern with A, and this is a concern, is this definition of leadership. I would say that if you are in any position elected, you are in leadership within the party. And my concern is that this is a very loosely defined terminology to start with. But generally, I'm in favour of A because I think there should be term limits. That's all I've got to say.
Okay, thank you. We're going to move on to... we're going to open the vote, sorry, for option 3. Okay.
Hi, this is Jessie. When somebody says, I'm in favour of A, could they just quickly recap what A is? Because otherwise I'm scrabbling on the phone looking for the actual voting description and I'm not listening. So if everybody could just at least once say what A is or what B is.
When in fact we have another person speaking in favour of A. George? Thank you. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, George Vickers from Orkney. I must admit, I've just got confused with the app in terms of what I'm looking at and what I'm voting on. But I want to say that all these limits that you're placing on us are great if you've got branches with 50 or 100 members. But many of the people in the Highlands and Islands will only have a handful of members. If you want to stand for council and you need 20 people from your local party, we haven't got 20 members in Orkney, so we can't stand. So I think all these things, it's about limits in terms of the number of times you can stand. That's fine if you've got enough people here. This will work for the Central Belt. And none of these members will work for the small areas. So we should, and if the large branches want to have them, they can add them to their own standing orders. So you'll have to work out which one I'm speaking in favour or against. Thanks.
Yeah. Okay, thanks, George. Do we have any questions? I'm keeping an eye on the screen if somebody... Yep.
Is it a question?
Thank you.
Sorry, it was just to respond to the person's question before. So A is to have term limits on members in public office, and B is to not have term limits.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Hi there, Paul Mason again. Can I raise a technical point based on what was just discussed there? Is that if we're doing this system where it's term limits, then the branches themselves will be able to decide whether they enforce those term limits or not. It just, the speaker before was given the impression that it would be enforced on branches by this vote, and that's not necessarily the case, I'm guessing. Yeah, that's not...
It doesn't say. Hang on. Yeah, we've got a question here.
Yeah, again, Hayley from Orkney. Again, just a question on that question. I think, if I'm right, but again, I can't find it. Does it not say subject to 2/3 majority? And again, that is problematic depending on the size of your branch. I mean, I know 2/3 majority could be 2 out of 3. I'm not going to read it now. Could be 2 out of 3, but nevertheless, you're then stuck with nobody to be post holders or not enough to fill all of those posts. I know that might seem strange to people in bigger branches. It's entirely possible in smaller ones.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, 353, the limit on public office holder terms may be overridden by 2/3 majority of members at a meeting of the relevant branch in advance of the relevant election. Do we have any other questions? No? So I think we can open the vote for option 3. Ellie, do you want to come and introduce option 4? And so far we have 3 speakers for this one.
Yeah, so thanks for this. So option 4 is about policy development, and this is kind of taken from, again, the UK party and how policy development was sort of decided on at Liverpool, and there are sort of 2 similar options here, which is where policy either is something that people come and there's sort of a specific meeting of the local branch where you come and set policy and that people can sort of bring that along to, whether that's an individual, affiliates, organised sections, etc., etc., and that needs to come through a local party assembly. The alternative option is that an online platform is set up and that there's sort of an online voting system. So rather than it being done at meetings, it's just something that anyone can submit policy at any time. People are able to vote on that, and local members are able to engage in it that way. Just for information, at the conference in Liverpool, the sort of comparable clause with regards to policy setting, it was voted on option A, but we wanted to bring that here for you guys to be able to make the decision in terms of how that looks in Scotland as well. So, yeah.
Do we have any questions on option 4? We've got, one at the back. Thanks, Eve.
This is getting really pedantic, sorry, but can it be that the online, the deliberation can include an online members? So it's not really an online voting system, but they are online so that people who've got childcare, etc., can also contribute?
Yes, absolutely. So where it talks about it being a meeting of the local party or the local branch, elsewhere, I can't remember the exact clause off the top of my head, but elsewhere it says that where feasible, all meetings of the party, whether local, national, regional level, should all be done on a hybrid basis. So that means that members would be able to contribute online. And I think it's one of those sort of core principles where, anytime that there is a meeting, it's up to the branch as to how that's run. But as a core principle, we believe that people should be able to participate as widely as possible. And so that's one of the reasons why at conference this weekend, for example, we've got folk who are able to participate online as well as here in person in Dundee.
Yeah, we've got another question just there. Thank you.
Hi. I wondered if you could kind of differentiate the two for me a little clearer. Just because if a meeting is hybrid, so you can still participate online, you can still vote online, then both of them have some sort of online engagement. Is the differentiation that in B, non-local members can engage on local issues, or that it's kind of is it the the continuousness.
Yeah, that's a great question. That wouldn't be my interpretation of it. My interpretation of the core difference here, and I think that this is one of the sort of really nitty-gritty motions, quite honestly, is that with option A, motions need to go through sort of a process that comes through a local assembly, which, remember, the local assemblies are the ones where it's sort of open to the wider community, and it's something that is a regular meeting run by the local party, but that's sort of focusing on different issues in the community, etc., etc., and that a policy would come through those to a meeting of the branch, and policy would be sort of voted on and set on that way. Whereas with the online voting system, it's more that it's just sort of, there is a platform and you absolutely still have the assemblies, and those might inspire policy, but the policy you then go away and it's done through this sort of separate online platform. That would be my interpretation of it. I think that, to be honest, it's open to interpretation. As I say, it's one of those votes that took place in Liverpool, and we wanted to give members in Scotland a sort of comparable decision, and everyone seemed to agree that was a good idea. So, oops, sorry, I knocked the mic.
Do we have any other questions before we move on to the speeches? Where?
Hi, Matthew Jones, Glasgow South. Is there then also with this a process for national policy? Because obviously, you look at a local thing like housing, that's a national question, or
yes.
the NHS or whatever else, and there needs to be also a process for national policy making as well.
So Section 5 of the Constitution is policy development national, and there's an entire section on it in the standing orders. I would really, really recommend have a wee read of the documents.
Thanks,
sorry,
Ellie.
I don't know. I know that they're a bit dull. They're a bit wordy, and they're a bit technical at places. I mean, the section on policy development national, basically it goes through conference, and then there's this wee section on sort of how it's all implemented, etc. There's online votes, that sort of thing. But yeah, have a wee read of Section 5.
Thanks, Ellie. We have another question, I think, here.
Yes, thanks. Hypothetically, at least, could B lead to a situation where somebody proposes a policy, it's voted for online, and there's no deliberative process at all?
So, sorry, can you just repeat that?
Could B lead to a situation where somebody proposes a policy, it's then voted for online without any deliberation taking place?
I would expect that there would still be sort of engagement around the policy, but I think that, I'll be honest, I don't think it's particularly prescriptive, and I think that local branches would be able to do with this as they saw most appropriate. I think that the stuff that's not included in the options, I would say, is open to interpretation to the local branch. So I would say that it's more whether it's sort of primarily online based on a sort of separate platform that people can vote on at any time during the year, or if it's more sort of an event based that's come through the assemblies. I would say beyond that, really open to interpretation by the local branches, and I certainly wouldn't take a particularly prescriptive view on how that should be implemented.
Any other questions before we move on to the speeches? We now have 4 people speaking. No? Okay, so we have, thanks Ellie, thanks again. Carlo Morelli in favour of option A. Coming from the back. No? Where's Carlo? Oh, he had to go, okay.
Hashtag where's Carlo?
Bring back Carlo. We want Carlo. That's a shame.
We've just got a point of order online. I'm just going to read it out. It is unhelpful when following the conversation is clearly inaccessible and the process of sharing documents has been so rushed for anyone in a position of power to just tell people to read the documents. It's ableist, judgmental, and not within the spirit of the party.
Okay, thanks for that. We have a speaker in favour of option B, Ben Alcar.
Yeah, hello conference. Already introduced myself the first time I spoke, so won't bother with that. I would like to speak in favour of option B is the deliberation in person. Yes. No. Did I put it wrong in the online? My God. Perhaps I should have read the documents better. But I do believe that deliberation in person is the best option for any degree of policy development. I think, as we've seen from a lot of the proto-branch activity, this online engagement can be very chaotic, very disorganized, and often extremely hostile. And without that in-person connection, these rules of engagement, and this willing to directly have ideals clash head-on, person to person, there isn't going to be that same level of ideal engagement. Thank you.
Thanks, Ben. Any questions? Yep. So in favour of option A, we have Henry Meltis. Metlis, sorry. Oh, don't say that.
Always good to go for the sympathy vote at the beginning. I'm Henry Metlis from Glasgow, your party, and a member of the Socialist Workers' Party. And I just want to speak in favour of option A and further the point that the first speaker made. Although he was called for option B, I think you spoke in favour of option A. And that is that we want decisions to be made following debate, discussion, and then putting it to a vote of the people who are there. And we want the meetings to be as broad as possible. I agree absolutely that the meetings should be conducted like this. That is, they should be hybrid. We should have people in the room, and we should have people online who can't make it. And we should encourage as many people as possible to turn up, take part in the debate, and then come to a decision on it. That seems to me the best way. I've been a trade union activist for, don't let the young looks fool you. I've been a trade union activist for 50 years, and trade union meetings where you have that discussion and you have that debate and then you take a decision are by far the best way, I think, of these things happening. And my final point before my time is up is to say that the reason why it's so important is that the branches and the assemblies are going to be the key features and functions and bodies that are going to make our party, or your party is going to make your party absolutely active in the local areas. And we want to make sure that they're built, we want to make sure that they're democratic, we want to make sure that they're active, and that means giving hopefully the hundreds of people in all branches and the smaller numbers in Orkney and so on, but nonetheless the biggest number of people we can get to come to the meetings, the right to discuss and debate and take decisions. I would urge you to vote for option A. Thank you.
Thank you, Henry. You now have lots of mates. We now have David in favour of option A. From the floor. Where's David? There's David.
I'll just speak from here, it'll save a bit of time. Yeah, I just want to agree with the other folk that have spoken in support of option A. I think we need to be really firmly assembly-led. It's the reason that a lot of people got involved in the movement in the first place. These assemblies need to be open to the whole community. It can't just be rooms of like-minded folk sitting around talking to each other like today. We need to recognise that there's a whole swathe of society that is entirely locked out of politics because of the traditional way of doing things, and they're not going to be won over by conversations like this. We need to be willing to come to sort of shared understandings and find common truths that are different to the kind of narrow traditional doctrines that we have all been used to, and just accept the fact that it's not going to be comfortable, it's going to be scratchy, it's going to be difficult, But certainly policy needs to come not just from members of what is turning out to be a fairly traditional political party, contrary to some people's initial hopes, and listen to a broad section of society and not just members of this thing.
Thanks, David. I think we can now open the vote for... Oh, Fiona.
Hello, I am Fiona from the Glasgow branch. I'd just like to put some views forward, maybe in favour of option B. People have spoken in favour of A about the importance of speaking about something and talking and dialogue in person, which I love. I love hearing other people's views and maybe changing my decision. But I do notice that in rooms like this, sometimes in trade union spaces I've been in as well, we hear a lot of male voices or confident people. And I think having a process that lets people propose things that can then be discussed at branch in a quieter way maybe opens us up to hearing from a broader cross-section of our membership, rather than just the people who are confident to speak or confident to go through processes to have something raised at a meeting. So maybe it gives quieter voices a chance.
Thanks, Fiona. Do we have any questions? Yeah.
Get a microphone. Just get a microphone.
Where is it?
If we accept, if we vote for option A, are we basically then saying that your party branch must only deal with things once a month? If an issue comes up between meetings, then we can do nothing. Is that what we're saying with option A?
No. No, I mean, I think it comes back to what I was saying about how I think that it's very open to interpretation, and I think it's not. I wouldn't take a particularly prescriptivist view as to how this should be implemented, how either option should be implemented. I think you can absolutely. I think there's a difference between policy and how you respond to things that happen. And sometimes, I mean, at the moment, we have a UK-wide political statement, but beyond that, we don't have any party policy whatsoever for the UK-wide party, but we have still been able to respond to things as they've happened. I think it's been more difficult without policy for sure, but I think you certainly can still respond to things without chunky sort of policy. So I think it's very much open to interpretation, but I would say that no, I wouldn't think that you can't respond to anything unless it's sort of once a month. That's my.
Thanks, Ellie. Stephen, do you still want to come and speak in favour of option B, or was that your question? Well, that was my question. All right. Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Is that a question? Or?
Yes, a question. On option B, just a clarification. When we talk about online voting systems, how does that work if it's a year-long process?
Great question. I think, again, open to interpretation. I think there would need to be a custom platform, I would expect, built. As I say, this was something that was proposed for the UK conference, and it wasn't the option that delegates UK-wide, attendees UK-wide went for. But clearly the fact that it was included means that the party is capable of creating that sort of platform. I think there would be a longer conversation as to what that actually looked like. I think that the clause is more sort of around the principle of it rather than, as I say, the really specific detail as to how it would work and look, etc. I would hope that would be something that would be built collectively with members being at the sort of core of that, and how we can increase participation. That would be my view.
I think we've got a question here too.
Yeah, sorry. I'm Isabel from Edinburgh. Just to say, I find this very confusing still, and I know it's open to interpretation, but it's asking us to decide whether it's in a meeting or online. It's also asking us whether it's confined to the party or we invite other associated affiliates. And then it talks about policy development, but also about votes. And so, you know, there are not just two options here. There are options within options. It's really very badly formulated. Probably the thing to do then in my case is not to vote, and that's it. But I just wanted to say it's confusing.
No, thank you. And I'll be honest, I don't disagree. I think that what I would say is that the reason why option A includes the bits around being a meeting of the local party affiliates and organised sections is because if it's going to be done in a meeting, you have to define who's at those meetings. That's absolutely not to say that option B doesn't still include, local party affiliates, organised sections, etc. It's just that you don't have to necessarily be as prescriptive that those people have to be invited to the meeting if it's not happening at a meeting. I think equally, as I say, obviously that option A, because most meetings will be hybrid, that will have an online element too. So I think it's less about online versus in person, other orgs included or not. It's more that thing of, as I say, does it need to go through that sort of process of a local assembly and then turning into a sort of wider meeting as a result of that, or is it something that should just be continually developed constantly via a custom online platform? So I really want to stress, I think that's what the vote here is on, rather than it being on the sort of online versus in-person type thing.
We have another question in the back.
Well, I think we've got a mic issue. I think we've got another mic coming.
Thank you, and that will be the last question. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It was just a question as to whether or not there is an option for us to refer this back, because I really am not comfortable with standing orders being open to interpretation. Now, I'm not saying that everything has to be absolutely written down and absolutely correct, and I know we're just forming, but this feels quite confusing. I'm really not sure. I'm a bit like the comrade who spoke before. I'm thinking, I think I won't vote because I just don't really know what I think. So is it possible, or would it be possible for this to be referred back for further consideration? Because I do think it's too confusing.
That's completely fair. My interpretation would be, I don't think it would be at this point, because we kind of need to have one thing or the other. It can absolutely be changed again though, and I think that's the point, is that while absolutely what we're saying, what we're putting in at the moment is sort of in our founding documents, that this is very much the first step, and I think the fact that these things are open to interpretation actually is quite a good thing, because it means we can try out different ways of doing it, and hopefully at a future conference we can, if we decide to be more prescriptive, and that's something that members might choose to do but not necessarily, then you can do that based off of what has worked, what hasn't worked. I think this is just sort of, as I say, it's that sort of, what's the principle of how we want to initiate it. Yeah.
Thank you. So I think we're going to open the vote for option 4.
I think we should go on to option 5.
Okay. Yeah. Do you want?
Yep, sure. Okay, so thank you, comrades. So there is a fifth option for the standing orders, but we need to decide whether or not we're standing, and that debate will come in the electoral strategy tomorrow, and then we'll come back to standing orders. The fifth standing orders 5. So we're now done with standing orders for today. We are well in time. What we could do is have a break and then do some of the member amendments that we were going to do tomorrow afternoon, but we could do the constitutional amendments when we have a break for about 20 minutes or so, because we've got about an hour in hand before we were going to do the CEC hustings. So if that's amenable to folks, we can have a break for 20 minutes, come back, and then do an amendment, a member amendment or two. How does that sound? Okay. Cool.
to a standstill. And it's an important tradition that we remember all that in our movement, because those gains have been won through collective struggle. In Scotland, over 600,000 people are members of a trade union. It's important. They're by far the biggest voluntary organisations in the country. And for too long, the Labour Party has taken for granted the support and the affiliations of trade union members. Nobody in this hall needs to be reminded time and time again how we have been let down. And while I'm calling for the right of trade unions to affiliate, I'm not calling for the worst practices of the trade union bureaucracies to come in to this party, but I am calling and think we should be opening the doors to the most militant and the best fighters and the best organisers within the working class to come in to this new formation. The strike wave, just the last 2 or 3 years, showed the potential there. A new generation, in some places, people come into the picket lines, taking the strike action. I'm getting phone calls as a branch secretary of my head of HR to say you're only meant to have 6 pickets, you've got 100 at a local school and everything else like that. That shows the potential that's there for working class people to take to the aim of struggle. In my union, Unison, we have 1.3 million members. At last year's National Delegate Conference, we were notified that just 16% of Unison members pay into the affiliated political fund for the Labour Party. And probably half of them don't even know they do. It's a historical thing. When my branch brought in a new Labour Link officer a few years ago who wanted to write out to the Labour Link members, was clearly told, don't do it, because as soon as they find out they are, they'll come out of it. And that shows the potential that's there for us to win over organised workers for that. Unison branches in Dundee and Glasgow have passed policies over the last couple of years in favour of new formations. So let's have the vision and the ambition that socialist ideas can win over not just individual trade union members, but the organised working class as a whole. Let's bring them together in the tens of thousands that they are. The Labour Party don't deserve the support of trade unionists carrying out austerity on behalf of the ruling class. We need to have the courage and confidence that we can win them, whether it's at a local level, a national level, or a regional level, that we can win over the organised working class to this new force.
Thank you very much, Jim. Cheers. Okay, so to speak against this amendment, we have Joe from Edinburgh. Are you somewhere here, Joe? You will also have 3 minutes, just so you know.
So I never thought I'd be at a socialist conference speaking against trade union affiliation. It's a very odd position to be in. Because what is this debate about for me? It is not about if we support trade unions, because we do support trade unions, we do support industrial action. In my view, we should support industrial action and solidarity strikes beyond the bounds of the law. But what I do think we have to consider is that in the motion, it talks about including trade unions, including some of the worst trade unions like GMB who have voted against some very progressive policies in the structure, presumably with votes of the party. Now, what does that mean? If we want affiliation, it does not specify whether that affiliation is the affiliation of unions, which means that their members get to vote, or if those votes will be placed in the hands of union bureaucrats who are not going to work in the interests of workers. And I do have to say, because when I talk to people who are involved in the Unite Rank and File Construction Workers Caucus or any number of other radical union caucuses, I do not see these people advocating that trade union bureaucrats should receive votes on behalf of their members. And because this motion does not specify how these votes are going to be carried out, because this motion puts it at risk of copying the undemocratic structures of the Labour Party, we need to be very careful about what we vote for at conference. So I would encourage this motion to be brought back next year with a clarified structure, clarifying that it does not give votes to union bureaucrats at the expense of members. Because if it does, this puts us at risk of just copying the structures of the Labour Party, and that is not what I want. Union members have a right to vote as members. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joe. So next up, speaking for, we have Wayne Scott from Dundee. Just to note as well that all the speakers we have on this amendment so far, all the remaining speakers rather, are male, so it'd be brilliant if any women or non-binary or trans people want to come up and speak on this. That'd be fantastic. Away you go, Wayne. You'll have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Comrade Chair, and thanks, comrades. Wayne Scott, member of Dundee Proto Branch Secretary of the Socialist Party in Dundee, and a PCS rep in the Department for Work and Pensions, who is currently engaged in a strike ballot campaign over an absolutely pitiful pay rise offered by the department. And in case any DWP bosses are listening on YouTube, I'm speaking in a personal capacity, just to get that out there. So just in terms of why I think we need trade union affiliation, now, of course, we should never fetishise trade unions themselves, or even particularly with trade union leaders. I've been in some unions in the past, like the GMB, but I've got some terrible leaders. But I'll say this about the GMB. The GMB still organises industries right across Scotland, and GMB have got the power to shut down Scotland. That's the point that needs to be made, despite the horrible right-wing leaders might have. But what we should be doing is we should be reaching out to broad lefts within the unions, local authority trade unions, leading lefts within the unions and seeking their affiliations. And also if national unions want to affiliate as well, like RMT affiliated to SSP back in the day, we should welcome that with open arms. And I said, as I was saying, the trade unions are the mass organisations of the working class. I'm a PCS rep. PCS is no Labour-affiliated union. I would love nothing more than to take a motion into my AGM in 2 weeks' time calling for my branch to affiliate to your party. And if anybody in the room thinks that I shouldn't be able to do that, then I'd love to hear a logic that lies behind that. I want to go to my members and say, yes, vote to go on strike, go to the picket line, build the struggle, but get involved in your party, get involved in the struggle for a socialist transformation as society at the same time. So to sum up, comrades, I just want to say, I think we're all here because we all want to build a mass socialist party of the working class. And I think if you're trying to do that, and from the outset you're saying you want to exclude the mass organisations of the working class, and I think we're going to be condemned to be effectively a sect that sits on the fringes of a labour movement and isn't directly rooted in the struggles of day-to-day working class people. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Wayne. Just to say, we've had a point of order from online asking if all speakers could please slow down so that the BSL interpreters can keep up. That would be fantastic. It's all right, no worries. So next up, speaking against, we'll have Paul Moorhouse for Edinburgh. Paul, if you want to come up. In that case, can we get Joe Rice, also from Edinburgh? You'll have 2 minutes, Joe. Cheers.
Hiya, my name is João. It's a Portuguese name. I come from Edinburgh. I'm a Unite rep as well in local government. I had something written down, but it seems like we're all arguing for the same thing, which is a nice type of union affiliation. But the motion doesn't clarify what the affiliation leads to. Does it lead to votes? Does it lead to funding? We're not going to get funding from trade unions without giving something in return. So I think I am against the affiliation model that we have in the Labour Party. The trade union movement is very top-heavy. The bureaucracy dominates the policy discussion. It's not the membership. So I think we need genuine cooperation and solidarity between trade unions and your party. We need to encourage your party members to join their union and do work inside the union, but also in our own unions we need to encourage people to join your party. And we have something to prove to the trade union movement, that we are a real party that is capable of change, and we have not proven that. So I think it's a bit pie in the sky that the trade unions are suddenly going to change to your party just because we say we are the true left-wing party. So I think there's a long road to, if we do decide on affiliation, I would like to see branches being able to affiliate at a local level, but I don't think we're there, and I definitely don't think we're ready to give up control to union bureaucracy. And I do say this, unfortunately, as a trade union rep that has seen lots of things inside my own union. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Joe. Okay, since we're trying to keep it fair and do for and against, we're now going to have Lisa Jackson for Forth Valley speaking in favour.
Good afternoon, conference. Lisa Jackson, Vice Chair of the TSSA retired branch, also Forth Valley member. I'd like to speak for this amendment with some caveats. I think it's very important for us to engage with the trade union membership. I'm not so sure about the leadership, but we can't do that without having some formal method. I think that most of this should be done through our local branches and through our local activists, most of whom have direct, close contact with their union comrades. And that's all I want to say.
Thank you very much, Lisa. Thank you as well for being very concise. We always love to see that. Is Paul Morehouse in the room now? Is he here? Okay, no problem. In which case, we please get Angela McCormick from Glasgow speaking in favour, please. Just to say, folks, that all of the remaining speakers we have are speaking in favour, so we're going to make this our last speaker, just to be clear. Not personal, just trying to keep it fair. Thanks.
Angela McCormick, she, her, from Glasgow, also a member of the SWP in Glasgow, and speaking in favour of CA. I'm also EIS Fella branch secretary. I'm also, and as that, people know we've been on strike repeatedly over many years, and we've won some incredible victories, but we've got more fights ahead of us. I welcome the motion because if we think about the challenges that we face, the opportunities that we face, I think in our branches, at your party, it would be a fantastic addition to have trade union reps at local, national and every level involved in the debates, taking part in setting the policies, and it shows that when we talk about representing working class people and making a difference to their lives, we listen to what they've got to say, and let's give the rest of these politicians a run for their money who for generations have taken working class people's lives for granted, and that includes trade unionists who've given blood, sweat and tears to fight for every single right that we have, and your party Scotland is saying, we're the party for you.
Thank you very much, Angela. So that amendment will now be open for a vote, I believe. And, oh, we got a question over here, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, when we don't have standing orders that cover it, but as many people here who are used to trade union debates, etc., and conferences, the decision you just made about just because there were all the rest of the speakers were in favour, normally in a trade union we would allow people to come and make a standing order that the question be put if they didn't want the debate to be continued, and that would be a democratic way of allowing the body of the kirk to decide whether or not they want to continue to hear debate, because unfortunately you're saying it's only fair to say we've only had so many against and we've had the same number 4. But if that means that there's a number 4 or is significant, then it's fair enough to let the body of the kirk decide if they want to hear more speakers in favour, because it could also still be a very valuable debate and go at the heart of the question. So I'm not pulling you up, I'm just saying that decision you made kind of is slightly against democracy. I mean, you should allow the body of the kirk to decide if they want to have the question put rather than hear some more speakers, because you've said already today we've got plenty of time. So it's a suggestion I'm making that we think about that in future. Cheers.
Thanks for that. I'm going to answer in my role as one of the members of the Interim Democratic Procedures Committee. So in the Standing Orders for Founding Conference, which is a separate document, by the way, to the just Standing Orders, Standing Orders for Founding Conference, it says 7.3.4 for. The conference chair will invite alternating speakers for and against the proposed amendment. The conference chair should aim to avoid having consecutive speeches on the same position. And then 7.3.5 says the debate will conclude at the discretion of the conference chair once they consider the debate to be exhausted. We've got about 15 minutes to hopefully be able to get another amendment in. That said, if you would like to hear more speeches on this motion, you can absolutely vote to overturn the decision that was made to move on. So if you would like to do that, if you could indicate if you're happy for us to move on to the next amendment, then that's fine. Yeah. Happy to move on. Oh, technical? Yeah. The next amendment that would be heard would be Amendment C7, which is on dual membership. Now, you might also decide that you want to hear more speeches on the trade union one because have more time for dual membership tomorrow. That's also absolutely fine because we've got a lot of speakers for that amendment. So it's really up to the conference. So if anyone wants to move to a vote on how we approach that, then you're more than welcome to do so. Do a show of hands. Yeah.
So we can have a show of hands, please. Those who would like to hear more speeches in relation to the trade union motion, please. And we'll also need to do a poll on Zoom, if that's all right, that can be arranged. And could we get a show of hands, please, for who wants to move on to dual membership? I think that is unless I'm wrong, a clear majority in favour of moving on to the dual membership amendment.
There are folk online as well who, hopefully there's a poll launching in just a moment. It was so overwhelming in the room that even if everyone online votes in the same way, it wouldn't be able to overturn the result. So it's kind of the same as the agenda this morning. But we'll still make sure we get on record the views of members online. I think in the interest of time, I think we'll move on. But I think hopefully there might be a poll that will appear for folk on Zoom anyway, just so we can record views.
Okay, in that case, we're going to be moving on to Amendment C7 in relation to dual membership. So if I could please get Jim Monaghan, who is proposing to come up to the stage and move this amendment. For 3 minutes, please, Jim. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Conference. I'm moving the amendment because I think for those of us who were at Liverpool, or those who saw the result of the vote at Liverpool, there was a whole load of confusion over what we'd actually voted for. A lot of people in the room and since thought they had voted for dual membership. What they'd voted for was a potential dual membership later down the road once the CEC reviewed it. And then we saw things like Dave Nellis not being able to stand in the CEC because he's no longer a member. Comrades, some of whom are here today, actually not considered to be a member. And I think the mood of that actual vote was the opposite. The mood of that vote was to include membership. So what this motion does, this amendment does, is it sets us separate from the UK party and saying that, yes, let's look at dual membership, because obviously there's issues of dual membership with people in the Labour Party or other parties that we stand against the elections, other parties that don't allow dual membership, etc. But I think the mood of the vote in Liverpool, and I think the overall mood of the party, was that we are trying to build something where we come together and build something big, a mass party, and we bring together the left as well as building in communities. And I believe that what we should be doing is doing the opposite of what we did in Liverpool, and that people should be assumed to be members before any review. So yes, let's look at it down the road, what dual membership means, what's the implications of it, but let's make sure that our members are included. I have done a lot, some of you will know me going way back, and I've done a lot of campaigning over the years. I cannot imagine, I was part of the group that formed the Glasgow Against Closures campaign a couple of years ago. Can't imagine doing that without standing alongside people like Brian Smith and other Socialist Party comrades. I can't imagine standing, fighting in Govan Hill against racism without doing it alongside my SWP comrades. And to exclude them in our attempt to build a mass party would be a real mistake. I think it's a mistake that was made inadvertently at Liverpool. So we've got a chance as an autonomous part of your party here in Scotland to correct that mistake and go forward and make an assumption for membership rather than an assumption against. So please support the amendment.
Thank you very much, Jim. So next up to speak, I think in favour of this amendment, we have Sinead Daly. About some more Sinead, brilliant. We currently have no request to speak against at the moment, so if anybody wants to speak against, please do submit a request.
Thanks, Dan.
Aye, Sinead, you've got 2 minutes to speak here. Right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sinead Daly, I am a member of the Socialist Party and a member of your party as well. I want to start by saying how enthusiastically I welcomed the establishment of your party, the call of Jeremy and Zara in the setting of this up. My kids were ecstatic about the setting up of this party, and I think it poses an enormous opportunity for the working class to have a party of our own. It's been mentioned earlier that we need it. I cannot think of a time in recent history where the necessity of having a party of our class has been posed more starkly, particularly given the economic crisis that we are facing. And for me, having been involved in the Socialist Party in Scotland for over 20 odd years here, and prior to that I was a member of the Socialist Party in Ireland, as was Paul Murphy. And if you look to the left across Europe with the new formations, they have been built on the basis of alliances, of socialists, of individuals, and of organisations who have socialism to their core. And I don't understand why we would start by excluding organisations right from the outset who share and understand this necessity to build a working class, a new socialist working class party. And if you look at this city, when I lived here during the referendum, we had a magnificent campaign for a socialist independent socialist Scotland. We did the same in Glasgow. We had hundreds upon hundreds of people at these meetings, and we did so on the basis of the left coming together under that kind of broad banner, and we were more powerful because we did that. And I would also echo, or sort of, is that me? 20 seconds. So I would support ask you to support the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Sinead. Thank you very much. So next up to speak against, we have Stephen Allcroft. So that'll be 2 minutes, Stephen. Thanks very much.
Thanks, everyone. Is this thing on? Right, good. Nice and simple. I think, as a democratic socialist, we should ally with other democratic parties and every socialist we can who also agrees with democracy. I think that allying with revolutionary vanguardist parties who wish to establish a dictatorship of the proletariat in revolutionary circumstances is not particularly a good idea electorally, and will lead us to a situation where someone in SP or SWP or whichever person is selling the newspaper that day, whichever will end up having the advantages of membership of both parties, whereas we won't. We won't get to vote on their policies, but they'll get to vote on ours. Thank you. I move against.
Thank you very much, Stephen.
With reference to the last vote, I'm Unison and I move 25,000 votes against.
Yeah, we're done. We've got a technical point over here.
Hi there, Paul Mason again. We've had speakers speaking on both of these this motion, but they're speaking about dual membership. This, I understand, it's to whether to blacklist or whitelist dual membership. Which all the speeches so far we've had is whether to allow dual membership or not.
Yeah, I think that is technically correct. Thanks for that, Paul. Sorry, folks, 1 second. Can we get Linda McEwen to come and speak in favour, please?
Hi, Conference. Linda McEwen, member of your party and Socialist Party Scotland. I think it would be a huge mistake for your party Scotland to start by excluding socialists. Members of Socialist Party Scotland, formerly militant, have decades of experience in fighting austerity, standing up to bosses, fighting war, exploitation and oppression. We want the same thing as your party does, the socialist transformation of society, and we are willing to play a role in winning that. Our comrades were involved in many battles that won millions for our class, including the poll tax and the equal pay strike in Glasgow. Not to forget the heroic struggle of the Socialist Council in Liverpool in the 80s that won millions back for the city, investing in jobs, homes and services. Dual membership isn't a threat to your party. It will actually strengthen it, bringing a wealth of knowledge and experience. If your party is to attract the best and most combative layers of the working class to its banner, then it must not follow the undemocratic route of Kinnock and New Labour, who led a witch hunt of genuine socialist fighters in the 80s and 90s. The coming period with the rise of reform and the far right, who are determined to divide the working class, will be tumultuous. Crisis is in every corner, in housing, the NHS, drug deaths, poverty, environmental, and the continued cost of living. Let's ensure that your party is able to meet those crises by allowing the membership of all socialist organisations who agree with the fundamental principles of your party, and let's get out and fight the real enemy, capitalism.
Thank you very much, Linda. Cheers. I think we have another technical point up here, or a question.
I'm sorry to make a repeat of just about the same point my comrade made previously on a point of order or technicality, whatever we're calling it today. What's been said to this amendment is nothing to do with blacklisting or whitelisting, and I ask Conference, is this good use of Conference time? We're not speaking about the amendment by members who are taking the floor. I would like to have a better understanding of the benefits or disbenefits of blacklisting versus whitelisting, and that is what we're here to vote on today. We're not here to vote on whether or not dual membership is allowed. We're here to vote on blacklisting or whitelisting. Can we have a better quality of debate, please? And can we have better use of Conference time?
Can we get a microphone down there, just in the middle, please? Thanks very much.
So I think the clarification here, and I do think that the speakers are relevant to the question, because the question is, if you vote for a blacklist rather than a whitelist, it means that you are for a more inclusive dual party membership definition. So, which means that we will only determine the parties that people are not allowed to be in order to also be in your party. If you vote against this amendment, and thus you vote for a whitelist, then the CEC will decide the parties that people are allowed to be while also being allowed to be in your party. So it's more exclusive, and the CEC will decide those parties that you are allowed to be in while also be in your party. So the question is, if you go for the blacklist, they just decide those that absolutely do not meet our values. So that's the more comprehensive approach. So I think the people who are for dual membership, they are also for the blacklist and not the whitelist, because that would be the more comprehensive approach. I hope that clarifies.
Thank you very much for the clarification there. We have had a technical point come in from online asking for someone to clarify the difference between blacklisting and whitelisting, so Ellie is very helpfully going to do that for us.
Yeah, I think the comrade actually just there helpfully lined that out slightly. The long and the short of it is that if you vote against this amendment, then the default is that you will not be allowed to hold dual membership. But if the CEC in the UK or the SEC for Scotland-only parties agrees that a party is acceptable for us to have dual membership with, then it will be acceptable. If you vote for this amendment, then it creates essentially a whitelist, which is, sorry, a blacklist. Thank you very much. Thanks, conference. It's been a long day. It creates a blacklist, which means that the default is that absolutely you can be a member of another socialist party, socialist up for interpretation, but that's what it says, unless the SEC has said no, that's not a party we share the values with. So that would be my explanation of the difference there. I think you've got technical.
And we have another question over there. Thank you very much for passing the mic.
Could I propose a grammatical or wording change to this amendment?
I'm afraid not. Sorry.
I think we should use deny list and allow list instead of blacklist and whitelist. So much clearer.
The amendment itself doesn't actually include the words blacklist or whitelist. It actually uses the word prohibited list. The words blacklist and whitelist have been used in the sort of explanation of what the amendment does, because that's terminology that some people understand alongside what it says in the actual document itself. I'm going to hand back to Owen because I'm very conscious that we have only got 2 minutes left of this session.
Yeah, quickly technical point down here. We just get you a mic, please. Hang on, just down there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think the clarifications there actually muddied each other over. So can I just sort of try and put in the shortest possible words what I think we're talking about here? If we have a blacklist, then there will be a list like you cannot be a Tory and also be your party. If we have a white list, then it could say you can be Green and also be your party. That's what we mean.
That is correct. Brilliant. Thank you very much for that clarification. Basically, guys, just don't be a Tory, right? Shouldn't be difficult. Okay, so we're going to have as our final speaker, I'm afraid we can't take any more technical points. We're short on time. So as our final speaker, with all those clarifications in mind, can we please have Rebecca Long up to the stage?
Yeah, I'm going to speak in favour of this amendment for dual membership. My name is Rebecca. I'm a member of your party in Dundee. And I'm also a member of the Socialist Workers' Party. And obviously this question of dual membership, as we've gone over, was a big question that came out of the Liverpool conference, where 2/3 of people voted against a ban on dual membership. And the mood in the room seems to be pro-dual membership. And I want to say your party in Scotland will benefit from more organised socialists being part of it. This amendment is about trying to say that the CEC, it shouldn't be about them deciding amongst themselves who should and shouldn't be allowed. We should open our doors to all socialists, even if they're already in different groups, people who support the same values of your party and your party Scotland, about supporting strikes, pro-Palestine, pro-trans rights, anti-austerity. This amendment would give power to the SEC rather than just the CEC, because we can't ignore these socialists that are committed to building your party local branches, as has already been said, bringing their existing trade union experience and contacts and activist networks, all that. And this is crucial if we're committed to trying to build this democratic working class party that's about bringing socialism to the mainstream, that's able to fight the right in Parliament and on the streets as well. We need a pluralist party that represents the entire left, is open to all socialists that hold these same values. We should support this amendment, but we want to say that it doesn't go far enough. We need clarity on what this means. As I said, a member of the SWP, there was SWP members and others expelled on the eve of the Liverpool conference by your party headquarters with no explanation, undemocratically. There's people in the conference hall right now who are unable to participate in the process because of this lack of clarity around who is and isn't allowed to be a member, and this needs resolved. Yeah, so vote in favour of this amendment.
Thank you very much, Rebecca. I'd just like to remind conference that we are here to hear all of our comrades speaking with respect, so I don't want to be hearing any heckling from the floor during speeches, please, and that's consistent for the rest of this conference. Thank you very much. We have now run out of time for this session, so voting will open on this amendment. Voting on everything that we've been discussing today will be open until 6 p.m. We're now going to take a wee break to get things set up for the CEC hustings. This is going to be a pretty rapid turnaround, so stay in the room. Don't go too far. Go to the toilet if you need to, but don't be long. Thanks very much, guys. Cheers.
Ian and Jim could come to the stage, please.
Disqualification stage, the unnecessary stage.
Jim Monaghan, we're waiting for you. Where's Jim? Can't see anything. Okay, welcome back, everyone. If you could all sit down for our hustings. Okay, welcome back, everyone. And welcome to your party hustings for the CEC candidates elections. I will be chairing. The purpose of this husting is to give members the opportunity to hear directly from candidates standing for election and to ask questions before voting. Voting will open on Monday, the 9th of February, and will run until Monday, the 23rd of February. And you can find all the information on our website. Format for this husting. Each candidate will give us up to 3-minute opening statement. And then we'll take about 6 questions from the floor and from online, more if we have time, but we might have to stick to 6 questions. Each candidate will have 90 seconds to answer those questions. Each of them will answer each question. And then we'll get a 1-minute closing remarks, from our candidates. To ensure fairness, timings will be strictly enforced by myself. I will give a 15-second warning and candidates may be muted if they go over time, but I'm sure they will not go over time. A wee conduct reminder, can we please ask everyone to engage respectfully? This is a democratic process and all candidates must be treated equally. Niall, do you want to start?
Hello. Okay. Evening, folks. Thanks for sticking around at the end of the day. It's been a really good first day, and you know, I'm glad to see that there's still a fairly good attendance in the room. My name's Niall Christie. I'm a member in Glasgow. I'm originally from Dundee, and I'm running for CEC. So the reason I want to be on CEC isn't because I want power. I don't really think that it comes with a huge amount, really. And particularly in Scotland, when we will, I hope, have our own leadership and our own structures that would largely render this job, you know, useless. But for the next year, if we vote to be a sister party in particular, we will need someone who can deal with the rest of the party in England and in Wales, who will do that with members' views at heart. We've taken some really important decisions today. We'll find out the results of those immediately after this, as far as I understand. And I think that it's really important that regardless of how those go, we don't carry our own views into that. I mean, we are there to enforce what the views of members are. So, you know, we will know by 6 o'clock today what the votes, outcomes of today's votes are, and likewise tomorrow. And I think that, for me, I don't really see myself being any kind of leadership figure. I mean, Ian and Jim might have a different idea what they see this role being. I see this as being a transparent and accountable person who can go down, go to meetings, report back on it, excuse me, and realistically be a trusted face for people in Scotland. I mean, I want every single one of you to be able to come to me and ask me questions, and I'll be as honest as possible. I'll give reports back. I will make myself available. I'm going to 3 hustings in the next couple of weeks across the country, and thanks very much for the invites for those who have already done it. There's an open invitation for anyone who wants to speak as well. I held a meeting on Tuesday. I'm not an endorsed candidate. I am an independent. I would say that, you know, when push comes to shove, I'm probably more closely aligned with the grassroots movement, although I would say that when it came to the public office holders, I voted for members from both slates. But fundamentally, I think we need to put Scotland in a position that it has some power in your party. And I think that what hasn't been accounted for when you have 2 slates running against each other in England and in Scotland and Wales to an extent, is that Scotland can actually have the balance of power. With an STV voting system with 2 representatives in each region, Scotland can have a huge amount of power and could actually have cast and vote when it comes to many things on the CEC. And you need somebody who you can trust, who you can hold to account. And if there's any key votes, who will come to you and ask first rather than make decisions and then ask for forgiveness later. That's not what would happen if I'm on that. I've got 15 seconds left, so I'm going to leave it there and pass to, I think, Ian.
Thanks, Niall.
Does that come out my time? Thank you. So I'm expelled Labour Party member. I joined for Jeremy Corbyn in 2015. I was involved in anti-war activity since 2003, walking out of school when I was 15 against the Iraq War. I joined Scottish Socialist Party and some other left of Labour organisations in the Blair Scandalson years, and then obviously came around Labour to support Corbyn. I've also was already very active on Palestine. I joined the SPSC in 2003 as well, who I was on both demo and a fringe meeting with between the morning and afternoon sessions of conference today. That was very impressive, and my first anti-JNF activity for some time. I remember we used to have barbecues when they were fundraising with golf after we already ran them out of central Glasgow, and they used to bring over the likes of Colin Powell and Bill Clinton and Ruby Wax, who actually came round to our point of view when she heard about what they were really like. I went toe-to-toe with Wes Streeting in the 2010 National Union of Students conference on his last ever speech over what later became known as the IHRA. So when I joined Labour, I was always going to have to stand up to the smears that being pro-Palestinian, being consistently anti-racist on that issue was something to be apologised for. So that was maybe one of the reasons I put a target on my back. I think the last straw was a few well-received points of order down in Brighton conference in 2021 against Starmer's anti-democratic rule changes, the auto expulsion of Ken Loach in particular, and although they kind of needed everyone they could get in Scotland against the nationalists, they still kicked out me in the way that they did a lot more down south. So after being a man without a party for a number of years, I've been involved for the last year and a bit in trying to get this new party off the ground, and I've been a member of Edinburgh branch from the start. I've been a member of Leith Proto branch, which has pioneered a kind of community organising approach in the party. I was a member before YP was set up of the Campaign for a Mass Workers' Party, which was part of Collective and helping to set it up, and that got mistaken for me being in another party. And thanks, Niall, for supporting my right to stand. And
seconds.
hopefully I can come back to some other things in the answers, because I've taken 3 minutes to give my name and address. Sorry.
Thanks, Ian. Now on to Jim.
Comrades, thanks for staying back for this hustings. I know you're all probably starving. I see this role on the UK CEC as just a representative role of Scottish members, and the leadership in Scotland will be the Scottish executive that we elect, and I will be there on the CEC if elected to represent the views of the Scottish executive, to represent the views of the Scottish members, and to be a liaison between the Scottish Party and the UK Party. I won't be there to push an agenda, push a slate, or push my own personal views. I'll be there to be your representative on a committee. And committees are, believe me, my thing. I've sat on about 1 billion of them, or more. I was a member way back of the Scottish Socialist Party. I was a member of the Labour Party for 2010, and I was one of the original members of the community organising team under Jeremy Corbyn, alongside Zara Sultana, who was also part of that team. I have been a long-term activist in wherever I've lived, when I lived in London, when I lived in Ayrshire, and where I live in Govan Hill, through Govan Hill Baths, and through the charity, the Roman Traveller Rights charity that I helped set up called Romano Lav. Being a representative is something I am passionate about. It's something that I like to do, and if elected, I will make sure that I represent your views on that committee.
Thanks, Jim. And under 3 minutes. Well done. We are now going to take questions from the floor or from online. I don't think we have any questions from online just yet. Any questions from the floor? Just a reminder that each candidate will have 90 seconds to answer the questions, so try to keep them really clear. We've got one question here in the front.
Hi there, I'm Cassandra from Glasgow branch. Can I ask all three candidates how you're going to handle the lack of gender representation, parity? I mean, we've got one seat, we should clearly have two, we should have 6 actually, but you know, that'll do for a start.
We'll start with Jim and then Ian.
I mean, I think that's been the stark thing about today. It's something that we see. One of the comrades earlier mentioned about the confidence that men have at speaking in rooms and things like that. It's unfortunate that we didn't see Sheila Sen up here with us, that we didn't have a more representative candidate list rather than 3 white men. I think what we need to do is we need to legislate for that within the party. Obviously, when you get a bunch of left people together, we think we're all very into equality, and that's not going to be an issue, and we're all going to let that not happen. But it happens, so we have to legislate that. We have to make sure that we put motions and measures in place to make sure women, to make sure people of colour, to make sure trans people, gay people are represented. Otherwise, it won't happen. Otherwise, it will be the same old white men. So I am not going to a committee to be the person saying this is my agenda for how we do this. But I will be, as much as I can, supportive of any measures we can to make sure that this doesn't happen again and you're not going to listen to 3 white men on a table.
Thanks, Jim.
Thanks so much for the question, because that was going to be my very next point when I was cut off. The reason that I'm standing was the bizarre decision to have gender balance 2 positions each in all of the English regions, 18 overall, and only 1 in Scotland. So if we were in any other part of the country, bar Wales, we would have a woman definitely on the stage. And also our endorsements would have gone further. The 75 bar was twice as high for Scots and Welsh because we only had 1 of them. And Sheila got 58. I'm 100% certain, even more after meeting her, that she'd have got more than that and got over the 75 and been on the platform with us if we had 2 endorsements as well as 2 representatives. So we're being underserved at every point here. And that's why I stood to say, not just that I don't see myself as a leadership figure, as Niall said, or that I'm representing you, as Niall and Jim said, but I want to diminish my own role. I want to get a colleague on there right away. If it's going to be 1 extra colleague, definitely it should be an all-women shortlist. If we want to represent Scotland's difference by having a different number, 3 or 4 would be fine. 1 definitely is not. So let's get a new representative elected right away.
Thanks, Ian. Niall.
Just on what Ian said, I think unfortunately he's been slightly unrealistic in the timescale. I think it's unlikely that we're going to see a CEC member elected and then another one, then put Scotland then given another seat immediately. Hopefully Wales as well. I think that's unlikely that that's going to happen. I think we can put that in motion. But one of the reasons people are annoyed at the fact that Scotland was left behind is because the decision was taken over Christmas that the seats in England were instituted at very short notice with very few people taking it in turns. And I think if we were to try and demand that Scotland get seats immediately, it would just piss people off. I mean, okay, that's fine. Okay, thank you. I think actually we should look at the CEC makeup. Actually, I mean, realistically, it should be population based, which it isn't at the moment, and Scotland should have 3 seats, so should London, so should a few other places, and those should be gender balanced, but it will take time to implement that. That isn't to say that you can't take a motion immediately to the first CEC to start that process, but it won't finish immediately. On practical steps, there's 2 things. 1, Scotland and Wales both have 1 seat, and I have already been working with a fantastic candidate in Wales called Lizzie Bailey, who I've been working very close with. We put out some joint policy proposals. You should absolutely go and read them, and if you know any comrades in Wales, tell them to vote for Lizzie, because she's great. But I think it's very, very clear that we need to work with other women there. Last thing, I had the endorsement threshold very early, and I made very clear that people shouldn't vote for me. I suggested they should vote for Sheila, and also for Bezad over there, who had an excellent statement, and I wish they were also up here. So, thank you very much.
Thanks, Niall. Yep, microphone here. Thanks.
Thank you. It's Mick Rice, Dunoon, Argyll and Bute. Given that the national interim leadership of your party have not been, to say the least, all that helpful to the Scottish organisation, what strategies would the candidates have, if elected, to get the money and the data to the Scottish party if we set one up on the vote today? And would you, for example, be in favour of kidnapping Jeremy and Zara tomorrow and holding them to ransom to shake them down?
Thank you. Can I just say how brilliant our BSL interpreters are? Because Woo! Jim.
In terms, I understand that people get frustrated with things like money and data and all that kind of stuff, but I think this is a conversation that has to be negotiated between ourselves and the UK party. If we have the money per member in Scotland, here in Scotland, then we've got a lot less money than we think we have. We are currently under 3,000 members. We are currently less than, I think, we're around 4% of the membership. So sometimes be careful what you wish for. I think we have to make a negotiation between the Scottish leadership and the UK leadership over money. All data should be handled by the Scottish leadership, and I will represent the views of the Scottish members and the Scottish leadership on that panel. I won't have a particular idea. I mean, I know some people have proposed 50-50. I don't know where it comes from. It might end up with both the HQ and the branches not having enough. 50-50, it might be more than 50-50, it might be 60-40 for branches. What I'm into is actually, let's have a negotiation about that, let's have a chat about that, let's do it properly. But yeah, all data to the Scottish branches and the Scottish leadership, and also money, let's talk about it.
Thanks, Jim. Ian?
Who here's seen Peterloo? I don't want to sound like the union moderate who got up and said, well, I don't actually support arresting the king, but no, not literally. We won't do that to Jeremy and Zara, though hopefully they'll be around long enough that they'll be here together and maybe we'll see a sign of unity between them. In terms of money and data, I think money is important. I think data is even more important. Give us the data, we can raise the money. We got 60,000 people in Scotland signing up in the early stages. It was actually higher last time they were counting in parallel than the sign-ups in the UK. We should really have been using that in the last period to turn the party outwards, to campaign to that periphery and beyond. In terms of setting up a new Scottish party or not, it's very exciting that we'll find out just as soon as this husting's over what way the vote went. I advocated not doing it because I think we should get the data of the people who signed up to this existing party, but it's a year-long process, and we could also leverage perhaps to get the data off people if they're still being ornery about it in any way, whatever happens. And I think we should definitely involve all of those people as far as they still want to be involved in building the party up over the next year, however we vote on that.
Okay, thanks. Niall?
Yeah, I mean, I'm really concerned by the lack of urgency from my two comrades up here. I mean, Ian, you said you wanted to wait for leverage over the next year. I mean, that's just not going to happen. I mean, we have an election in 3 months, we have another election in 2027, and we have branches, or proto-branches as they are, who have spent months and months and months going hell for leather. Unfortunately, they've now hit a ceiling where they can't really do much else without any help, any money, or any data. So we can't afford to wait a year. It's absolute nonsense. In terms of what Jim said, you said, let's talk about it. It's not enough to talk about it, it's enough to do it. Jim, you seem to know how much money we have and how many members we know. So if you have that inside information, why are you not using that to leverage with the people who are giving it to you in the first place? I think that's certainly a question that we should be asking of candidates. I don't know how many members we've got, I don't know how much money we've got, but when I find out, you'll all be the first ones to find out. I won't be using it as some sort of brag on a stage. I think that when it comes to data and when it comes to money and when it comes to numbers, it's really, really, really important that it's in Scotland. I mean, even if we remain part of the UK party, 50% of that money should be coming here, and the other 50% should be going to branches. Why would we be sending money down to London other than for basic things like staffing and IT? We should be, if we mean autonomy and we want autonomy, we need to be able to fund autonomy and we need to be in charge of our own autonomy. It shouldn't be autonomy on somebody else's terms. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Thanks, Niall. Yes, in the middle here with the long hair and the glasses. Oh,
sorry,
thanks, Eve.
Sorry, thank you. Yeah, I've got a question for the candidates on the question of oppression and liberation. I'm a member of your party in Glasgow. I'm also a domestic abuse worker. I'm a member of the Socialist Workers' Party, and I saw the ongoing attempts by the far right to co-opt women's rights to attack refugees. And as part of that, I became one of the founding members of Women Against the Far Right Scotland. Refugees and migrants are not a threat to women. The far right is a threat to us all, a threat to women, a threat to trans people, to disabled people, to migrants and to working class communities. And so I want to ask the candidates whether they think your party, Scotland, can be the political force on the left that's going to actively fight for trans rights, fight for abortion rights, defend refugees, and make a principled stand against all forms of oppression.
Thank you very much. Jim?
Yeah, I think we can be, but I think we have to work a lot harder to do that. We are looking at a room almost entirely white people at a time when, where I live in the south of Glasgow, the Asian community, especially the younger Asian community, have come out every single week for Palestine in their thousands, and they're not represented here in your party. So we have to work hard to do that. absolutely we can be a place where people find their voice, but we have to do a lot more work to do that. We are not doing it right now. What we're doing, unfortunately, is quite a lot of white people sitting in a room arguing about procedure, and we're not building in our communities. The quicker we can get out there and start organising and get into our communities and listen to people and giving people their voice and making your party a place where people can find their voice is the better. But yeah, absolutely, we can be, we should be, and we can be, but right now we're not, definitely not.
Thanks, Jim. Ian.
Yeah, I think we have to turn the party outwards in order to do what you said. I mean, the biggest grooming gang in the world was Epstein's lot, wasn't it? Bunch of rich, powerful, mainly white men. The far right, I saw one guy try to make a meme of a billionaire didn't groom whatever, and then got so much pushback because actually they did. And that's something you could say now without threat of any kind of legal action. The one facing threat of legal action is Lord, soon to be Mr. Mandelson. We have to turn the party outwards to be an alternative to reform. We can't let them be the only new kids on the block at the Holyrood elections. I do have to take issue with the idea that I'm showing a lack of urgency. I want the data right now in order to do that. And we have to stop these bureaucratic bottlenecks and all the wrangling and fighting at the top that's characterised too much of this party. And the membership have been the ones demanding unity all the way through it, and the adults in the room. And that's why democracy isn't a zero-sum game with turning outwards. The two go hand in hand. So, yeah.
Thanks, Niall.
Thanks, Mathilde. I mean, I'll answer the question by saying I think there's already examples of how the party can do that and how it can turn outwards. I didn't join your party, but I got involved with your party in Glasgow as early as August. As soon as that happened, you know, I started following what was happening across the party. There are entire areas. I mean, a lot of people put their efforts into local organising, which is very important. I did the same thing, but there were also dedicated campaign groups that set up at that time to advocate for liberation movements. The Trans Liberation Group, in particular, did some excellent work, and actually, you saw that pay off in Liverpool. You know, one of the biggest policy motions that passed in Liverpool was written by trans people, had been organised for months, and was done despite the vitriol and everything else that they face on an absolutely daily basis. And that's the kind of example that should be set across the party. I mean, we should be encouraging, we were talking earlier on about the makeup of the SEC and having other groups, young people, people of colour, that kind of thing. We should be encouraging these. These should be our first priority. I mean, if we want to face outwards, we need to also invite people in. If we face outwards, speak to people and say, actually, there's nowhere for you to go, there's no point in speaking outwards. We're just speaking at them at that point. They need to be part of the conversation, not spoken at. So I think that that's one of the things that your party can do differently. And I think that even other parties who are supportive of minority rights, like the Greens, I was a member previously, I know fairly well, you know, they speak at them, they lecture at them, and we cannot fall into the same trap of doing that.
Thanks a lot, Niall. We're going to take another question. We'll go in reverse order this time. Sorry, Niall, you'll be answering the question twice in a row. But yes. In the mid, like, oops, here, yes. Paul.
Oh, who's that? Who's Paul? I'm Phil.
Oh, Phil, sorry.
Right, Phil. Just clarifying here, Phil Taylor. Phil Taylor, former drummer with Motorhead, not the fat darts player. Your party, Glasgow, but I also want to remember Sheku Bayo, because this is something I think your party will be taking up as one of the key anti-racist fights of the next period. Now, understand from the contributions that the representative on the CEC will be a conduit, will be representing the wishes of your party, Scotland, with the central body and so on. I understand that's a primary responsibility and role. Nevertheless, I have a question that relates to the sort of party that you want to see being represented on the CEC. And here is a very simple, straightforward question for you, and that is, in relation to the debate that will take place tomorrow on the question, or on the national question, what are the candidate's position, a view regarding the position that your party, Scotland, should adopt? whether it's explicit independence or indeed self-determination for the Scottish people, bearing in mind that our aim is to look outwards and build the biggest mass socialist, working class rooted party.
Yep, Niall.
I don't think it's an either or, to be honest, Phil. I think that we can advocate for independence, but unlike the SNP and the Greens, we need to have a route there as well. So I think that, that we need to have an answer on the self-determination question, because actually, the how we get there and how we get a referendum and how we become independent is just as important, if not as important, as whether we support independence. I'm pro-independence. I make no bones about that. But I think that we need to think about the process. It's very dull. I realise that. We've been doing process all day. Everyone's absolutely fed up of it. But when it comes to independence and when it comes to whether we support independence, we need to get there. There isn't a route there. A route of 65 SNP MSPs isn't the kind of thing that is actually well thought out. That's a campaigning tool. The Greens saying vote for us because we're pro-independence is a campaigning tool. We need to be above that. We need to be above the electoral politics. We need to be strategy. We need to be on the ground. That is fundamental to what we're doing. So yes, we should be arguing for independence, but we should be arguing for how we do it and what kind of independence we want. An independent socialist Scotland, not one run by big banks in Edinburgh or even from London.
Thank you. Ian.
I think we should support self-determination. I don't think anyone in this hall doesn't. I'd be very surprised if anyone didn't support self-determination, which means Scotland's right to decide. If Holyrood wants to call a referendum, there should be no Westminster veto. It's a basic democratic point. That doesn't necessarily mean they have to call a referendum tomorrow, when I think the polls are 50-50 on independence, but the mood for a referendum right now might actually be less than in previous years. The wheels have fallen off the sturgeon hamster wheel for a time. Of course, these things will likely come back to prominence, but the idea that it's Indy Ref 2 next year, but never this year, for the best part of 10 years, didn't do Scotland any good, keeping us arguing about that. We need to unite the working class across 2014 lines, and we need to stand up for the democratic right of Scotland to decide even when it wishes to. But in the meantime, there's so many things that we can bring people in on different sides from 2014 who agree with us on to fight racism, to fight austerity, to fight against wars. And I think that's why we took off so quick in Scotland initially. We need to get that back to that initial high, and yeah.
Thank you. Jim?
Thanks for the question, Phil. I mean, to get back to the answer to the first question, whatever we decide as a party in Scotland is what I will represent on the CEC. My own view is that I'm pro-independence. I campaigned in 2014 and campaigned since for independence. But I do believe that we have to build in every single community in Scotland if we're going to beat Reform. And where I originally come from, in Cumnock, in Ayrshire, Reform are winning. Reform are going to possibly take a seat. And if we go into those communities and just say we are another pro-independence party, then we might not make that breakthrough. So I think we have to stand for self-determination. And if we stand for self-determination, that the Scottish Parliament has a right to call a referendum, and we can then, as your party members, support or not whatever side of that referendum, then we can tell people that the only route, because all of this vote for pro-independence majorities at Holyrood means nothing because it gets us nowhere. When we actually call for a referendum in the Scottish Parliament, it gets vetoed by the UK Parliament. We can go down the route of telling people that the only way you're going to get a referendum, and therefore the only way you're going to get independence, is a your party government in Westminster.
Thank you, Jim. We have time for 2 more questions. We have one on this side here, Eve.
Thank you. I believe honesty and integrity are vital for all candidates. Can I ask each if they've ever made any false or misleading statements to the public or in legal settings?
Can you repeat, please? Sorry.
I believe honesty and integrity are vital for all candidates. Can I ask each if they've ever made any false or misleading statements in a public or legal setting?
Matilda, am I going first this time? You are going first, yes.
No.
No.
Yeah, I've lied to the cops and I've lied in court, and I'll do it, and I will do it again many times, gladly.
Oh, that was quick. No time. Any more questions? Right in the middle here. Yeah.
Hiya. I'm Tommy for the Leith branch and Edinburgh branch. I'd like to know how you see community building and deep organising in our communities and what you think about the dichotomy. It's often presented as we either go for elections top down or we go for bottom up community organising. But I think we need to do both. But the question of which one is more important is a crucial one, and where our resources go, whether it's to elections or to community building. So I'd like to hear more about what you think about the relationship between the two.
Thanks. Niall. Yep.
I mean, I don't see it as a choice between the two. Tommy and I had this conversation earlier on, so sorry, Tommy, you've heard this already, but for everyone else's benefit, I think that one can complement the other. I mean, elections can be dull and grueling and long, but they can also raise you quite a lot of money, which can actually fund community organising efforts across the country. Also, the phrase community organising, I think, is kind of vacuous. It doesn't really mean much. I think that, you know, it means different things to different people, and I think we need to be very specific about what we want to do. I mean, if you're doing anti-far right demonstrations, that's what you're doing. That's a form of community organising, and absolutely you should be putting your efforts into that. But we need to not just have a blanket banner on exactly, you know, on community organising per se. I think we need to be much more specific in local areas about what the needs are there. When it comes to electoral politics as well, again, I think that, you know, we need to spend resources there. That's undoubted. You know, I think we're never going to get trust in the public if we don't have somebody on the ballot on a ballot paper. But one can drive the other. If we have community organising and we have organisers who are outstanding and want to represent their community, in the community organising sense, why shouldn't they be on the ballot paper as well? I mean, actually, some of the best people who don't have any ambitions to go into Parliament, into a council chamber, would make the best politicians. And actually, through community organising, you can bring them up and boost them up and put them in a position where they can do that.
Yeah, well, like Niall, you've already discussed this with me personally, Tommy, and actually we've actually done a lot of it together as well. So for the benefit of the wider party, I think, first of all, the point of unity in this party is at the grassroots and outside of Parliament. I think that's very important. I think the row of last autumn proved that there was a grassroots revolt for unity, where the membership were the adults in the room who wanted to keep the show on the road and turn the party outwards, and should be given the data urgently in order to do that. But in terms of what we've already been doing in Leith, I think it's a model that can be spread out throughout the country. That we've been keeping Leith warm over Christmas. So we've got a bus to fight the far right in Falkirk. We had the banner today at the Palestine demo in Dundee. It isn't either or with elections, because when we start to do activism in the community, then people also will trust you more with their vote. Likewise, election time is the time that you can go to somebody's door and legitimately ask them about politics. So it's a good time to get our message out there, especially when the only other new kid on the block is reform, and they can't be the only alternative.
Thank you.
I mean, I am fundamentally a community organiser rather than a political organiser, and I think that quite often when political parties or political groups talk about community organising, what they're talking about is their group organising within communities. I think what we should be doing is helping communities to organise themselves, giving them the tools to help build themselves, and giving them a platform to take their organisation to the power, to the council, to the government, etc. I don't think there's any dichotomy between it. If we do that right, if we help communities build power and build power in communities and redistribute power to communities, then we will benefit for that as a political party, but we should be doing it because it's the right thing to do. And we should be in every single community helping them get a voice, helping them fight back against what they've had to face in the last few years, and helping them through not just sticking a youth party badge on everything, a youth party banner on everything, helping them because we've got the skills and the tools to help them do it.
Thank you. So we have a couple of online questions, I think, to shuffle things up a bit. Ian, you can answer first. Yeah? From an anonymous attendee, how will the candidates engage effectively beyond the Central Belt? And how will they ensure your party does not become to rural areas what Westminster is to Scotland, as is the current state of Holyrood politics? Very good question.
Well, given
Ian. So Ian, and then Niall, and then Jim.
Well, given the diversity of Scotland, actually, that's another good reason why we should have more than one member on the CEC. I mean, me in Edinburgh and Leith, in the heart of urban Scotland, and Sheila Crofter, a woman of colour, up in the Highlands, fighting racism and organising for Palestine. There could be a dream team. That's just one possible team, of course, it would be for comrades to vote on. But yeah, I'll cover the whole of Scotland, and this campaign, as Niall said already, is also me, an open invitation to anyone who wants to talk to me on hustings and this. But turning the party outwards across the whole of Scotland is an enormous task, and we'll have to work with the SEC to do it. But I do also think, yes, the CEC members, hopefully as soon as possible in Scotland, should also be part of that, and not just a liaison with London, because we're a party that has to be building in the communities on either side of the border and across a very large area of Scotland that's been too often an afterthought, and too many parts of it often an afterthought even within it.
Thanks, Ian. Niall.
I think there's a few practical things we can do. I mean, we're currently sitting in Dundee, which I think some people would argue is in the Central Belt. I'm from Dundee. I would argue it's not, but that's fine. But this conference doesn't need to be here next year. It doesn't need to be in Glasgow or Edinburgh. It could be in Dumfries. It could be in Inverness. It could be in Stornoway. I'm quite happy for it to be wherever, and it should tour about every single year, because it shouldn't be the responsibility of people in the... it shouldn't be just up to the Central Belters to make decisions because it's easier for them to get places. In terms of practical decisions, one, we can't forget about the south of Scotland. We often talk about the Highlands or the Western Isles and that kind of thing, but the south of Scotland is rural, it's often forgotten about, and it's just as diverse, and that's an area of Scotland that can't be forgotten about. The other thing is there's entirely different political cultures in rural areas, which I wouldn't pretend to know about. I've lived in cities all my life. But the idea that the radicalism that we see in this room today doesn't exist in rural areas in different parts of Scotland is utter nonsense, but it needs to be found. I mean, I think that part of that manifests itself in the kind of culture of independence, both for Parliament but also at council level. There are plenty of councillors across the country who are independents, who are radical and are socialists. We shouldn't be standing against them. We should work with them, and they should be part of our tent. I think that that's something we can do that would make a big difference. Yeah. And the last thing is, they're at the front line of reform. The northeast of Scotland, where we currently are, has massive rural areas. That's going to have loads of reform MSPs. We need to support them as best we can at the front line against the far right.
Thanks, Niall. So Jim will answer this question, and then we'll take one last online question, and then our candidates will have a minute each to say whatever they want to say.
Yeah, thanks for that question. I'm originally from Ayrshire. I was brought up in a former mining town. Well, it was a mining town when I was brought up. And I know the effects that what we've seen in politics over the last few years, how it's changed Cumnock in places like that, where we're probably on the brink of a reform council. It went from Labour to SNP to Tory, is now a Tory, unfortunately. And people in these communities, they feel left behind. And what we've seen in Scotland since devolution is a centralisation towards Holyrood constantly. And what we have to do as a party is not just to redistribute wealth, we have to redistribute the power, and we have to take that back to communities everywhere.
Thanks, Jim. So our last question to our candidates is from David Muir online. Someone earlier mentioned vanguardism. The opposite of that requires political training and education, which ought to be a part of quote-unquote community organising. Without this, there can be no democracy. question. Which of you agree and will commit to making that happening? So we'll... Yeah. The whole question? Yeah. So someone earlier mentioned vanguardism. The opposite of that requires political training and education, which ought to be a part of, quote unquote, community organizing. Without this, there can be no democracy. Which of you agree and will commit to making that happening? And we'll go in the same order. So Ian, Niall, and then Jim. And then we'll get your closing remarks, and you'll all have 1 minute each. Thank you.
I don't know if I factually agree that vanguardism and political training are necessarily opposites. I've been running against a few false dichotomies in this campaign, democracy and turning the party outwards, and so on. But I do think that training should be spread as widely as possible in the party. I think it would help if we were able to talk to each other through proper structures with the data, set up branches ASAP, talk to the much wider periphery of people who are interested in us, or at least were 6 months ago. And yes, I do agree with training and political organizing and community organizing. But as far as I understand the question, and we should be rolling that out democratically and turning the party outwards while doing it. Oh, yes, again, come back to my fight against tightrope hacks and zero-sum games, and for complementary goods to build this party up from where we've let ourselves get to.
Thanks. Niall.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what the problem with vanguardism is. We're a socialist party, which should be radical. I mean, why is that controversial in the room today? It's the antithesis of why we're here. I mean, we said earlier on. I mean, to quote Ian, because I took a note, and I'm a journalist, so I did take decent notes here. Just trust me. Ian's used the phrase "adults in the room" twice. Why are we talking about adults in the room? That's the same phrase that Keir Starmer used to get himself re-elected. We don't want adults in the room. We want people from the streets. We want people from schemes who are making decisions, not lawyers from London and the like that. The last thing I'll say is, when we're talking about vanguardism, we need to be organised. I mean, I disagree with the framing regarding training. I mean, if you're going to have a political vanguard, they need to be the most trained of everyone. And actually, that should be the forefront, and they should lead from the front, and people should follow. But when it comes to reform, again, I think it was Ian and Jim, or one of you, described reform as the new kids on the block. I mean, reform have been around in various guises since the 90s. Reform in its current state has been around since 2019. You know, we have sleptwalked into this. We didn't just wake up and reform, you know, in 2024 with Nigel Farage. They had a vanguard themselves. We need to develop our own. They had Nigel Farage, they had Richard Tice, they had big businesses behind them. That was the right-wing vanguard. Where's the left-wing vanguard? Because I'm not seeing it. And if it's not in this room in Scotland today, I don't know where it's coming from.
Thank you, Niall. Sorry, my microphone's not working anymore. Jim, and then we'll have your closing remarks.
Yeah, I mean, political education is very important, but sometimes you have to do that at a very basic level. I've worked for a long time in my own community, in Govan Hill, with a traveller community, with the Roma community. Some people don't even know where to go about housing, whether it's the council, whether it's the local government, whether it's national government, whether it's UK government control these things. So even just political education, how politics works in this country is very important. And also, if we're fighting against reform and we're fighting against the racism, we're fighting against lies here. So we have to go out and educate people in the truth. Why it's important, why people are living in hotels, why are people having to travel by a boat because you shut down the safe routes? Why are people living in hotels because they privatised the housing for profit? We have to go out there and tell the truth to people and educate them in all ways. And it's not just about giving them books on Marx and all that kind of stuff, which I think is important. I'm unashamedly a Marxist, a socialist and that stuff. But political education starts at the very, very basic level. And in this country, the lies are winning. So we have to go out there and tell the truth.
Sorry, I'm setting my timer for the closing remarks. So thank you, Jim. We'll go in reverse order from what we did at the beginning. So Jim, you go first, and then Ian, and then Niall for closing remarks, and you will have 1 minute each. So, Jim.
I want to close by getting back to what Niall said. I think he misrepresented me what I said about the money. I think the money is urgent. What I was saying is we have to have a conversation about it, because if you do 50-50 branches in HQ, you miss out the Scottish National funding. We might want to appoint a national officer to do something in Scotland. You miss out what we're going to discuss tomorrow, the regional councils. Some money should go to regions. What I'm saying is have a conversation. It might not be 50-50, it might be 60-40 to branches, but we have to have that conversation. We can't just pluck a figure out of the air. I want to thank you all for staying and asking us the questions. The questions have been great and giving me the opportunity to thank us. I want to thank the committee here today, because they've done an incredible job putting this together. And I want to thank all the volunteers who have given us opportunity to get this party started. So let's get moving. And please, elect me to the CEC. I forgot about that bit.
Yes, I'd also like to correct Niall on the adults in the room. I meant all of us today. I meant the ordinary people, ordinary members, the rank and file, have shown themselves to be mature. I've wanted unity. I've wanted to turn the party outwards. And no, the stakes are high with the rise of reform at the current time. And I don't make any apology for saying that democracy, unity, and turning outwards go hand in hand in a party that's had too much factionalism at the top, too many bureaucratic bottlenecks, and should really turn the corner from that. So elect me to the CEC, hopefully one of you very, very soon after, to represent Scotland properly as part of the democratic and outward-looking renewal of the party as a whole. Thanks. I think I'm ahead for the first time.
Yeah, thanks everyone for this. It's been really helpful. I think one thing I would like you all to take away is that it's really quite easy to rail against the far right because they're hideous and horrible. But it's actually really hard to hold your own to account. I think I've shown today that if people make statements we don't agree with, I'm quite happy to pick them up on it. That is an attitude I'll take on to the CEC as well. And the other thing is I consistently want to do this job. I've made very clear since maybe as early as January that I wanted to run for the CEC. I wanted to do this job. I wanted to represent all of you. And that isn't the case for everyone on this panel. Other people have come in at a later time. I believe the phrase was, would rather stick my head up a donkey's arse than run for CEC. I mean, I don't think that that's the, I know you didn't, Ian, but I think that there's definitely an idea that we need to have somebody who actually wants to do the role, not just because they feel like they want to or need to. So yeah, no, vote for me. I'll do a good job and I'll be as honest and transparent and upfront with everyone here as possible.
Thanks, everyone. Well, first, thanks to all of you for your great questions, either from the floor or from online. And thank you to our 3 candidates, and good luck with the elections. Reminder that voting opens on Monday, the 9th of February, so after this conference ends, and will run until Monday, the 23rd of February. And now Ellie will close today's bit of a conference. Yeah, we only have one.
Thanks very much, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you to all of our CEC candidates and to Matilda for chairing the hustings. Today has been fantastic. It's been rocky at points. The tech hasn't always worked. And we've not got everything right, but no one said that founding a brand new political party would be easy, and we've made such a fantastic start today. In fact, I think this is the first time ever, whether at a political party conference or a trade union conference, we're actually ahead of schedule in the agenda. What happened there? And look, we've also as conference organising group, been hearing feedback from you guys throughout today, and we really, really welcome that. And if you do have feedback for us this evening as well, please bring it to us. If there are improvements that we can make tomorrow, we absolutely will. I know in particular for online attendees, there's been a request to be made that the chat is open. I don't know if we can technically do that, but if we can, we will. So we are absolutely committed to making sure that this is a conference and a party that is run by you. It's 13 minutes to 6. We've got a couple of unofficial events happening this evening. At 7 o'clock tonight, we've got, this space will be open again for just chill networking. There'll be drinks served at the bar. You're more than welcome to come along. There'll be space upstairs in the Ustinov room, and you're more than welcome to make the most of that. It's really good opportunity to meet other comrades from across the country and hopefully chat to folk who maybe you've not spoken to before. There's also Agitprop Radical Cabaret happening at 7:30. That's being run by Tamdeen Byrne. The venue for that has changed. This is really, really important. The venue for that has changed. It is now going to be at the Liars Bar, which I don't know why it's called that, but the Liars Bar, Liars, and it's at Dundee University Student Association. It's not very well labelled on Google Maps, so look for Dundee University Student Association. It is on this campus. It's about a 5-minute walk from here. That starts at 7:30. It's £10 on the door, and my understanding is that Jeremy Corbyn is going to be there reading some poetry, so I'm sure that's going to be a lovely evening for everyone there. We're going to be starting back up at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock sharp. Jeremy Corbyn will be speaking and addressing the conference at 9 o'clock sharp. Doors will open from 8:30. I'd really encourage you to get here just a wee bit early, just to make sure that we are able to start on time, because as I say, we're ahead of schedule and we'd like to stay that way. The voting for the amendments we discussed today will close in 11 minutes. 11 minutes. If you've got any tech issues, please go over to the registration desk, speak to someone there. We'll try and do our best to help you out with that. Hopefully everyone has had a chance to vote on all of the amendments. And in 10 minutes' time, at 6 o'clock, the results will be published on the website, and we will also announce them from the stage for anyone who is still here. But other than that, it's 10 to 6. Enjoy your evenings, and thank you, conference, for a brilliant first day.